just waiting for Junie. We've got one more minute till 6 o'clock.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Oh. That was...
All right. Well, we have all our council members here and our critical staff members, and it's 6 o'clock. So can we go ahead and get started? Very good. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, January 4th City Council meeting of the City of Boulder, Colorado. We're going to start off with 3 announcements here. The first one is about COVID-19 vaccinations. If you still need a vaccine or booster, please go to www.bouldercounty.org/family/disease/COVID-19/vaccines for information about how you can get yours. And next is about healthcare assistance. So Boulder County Housing and Human Services are working to encourage Boulder County residents to sign up for health insurance during open enrollment, which ends January 15th. Coverage is affordable and there are big discounts this year. Preventative care is free and there are many plans to choose from, and financial assistance may be available. For more information and free confidential assistance, visit bouldercountyhealthcoverage.org. That's bouldercountyhealthcoverage.org. And our third announcement is a happy one, which we can all use in these difficult times, which is that our council member colleague, Tara Weiner, just celebrated the arrival of her second granddaughter this morning at 5 odd a.m. So a huge congratulations to Tara and to your family. All right. And with that, we'll move on into the call to order. Alicia, if you could do that for us, please.
Yes, sir. And good evening, everyone. Go ahead and take the roll call. Councilmember Benjamin.
Here.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Here.
Spear.
Here.
Wallach.
Present.
Weiner.
Here.
And Yates.
Present. Congratulations, Tara.
Yes, congratulations. And Mayor, we have our quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alicia. All right, so first, we need to amend the agenda because of the catastrophic fires that went through our nearby communities last week. We have a few changes to make to the agenda. So we need to add item 1A, which is an update on the Marshall Fire and the transition to recovery. Add item 3F, which is a consideration of a motion to ratify the City of Boulder Declaration of Local Disaster Emergency, dated January 2nd, 2022. And also add up item 8A, winter emergency sheltering options. And then we are removing item 6A, which was a staff presentation of 2020 and 2021 accomplishments and other items. We're going to do that a week from tonight at our next study session. So if I could get a motion to so amend the agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
Great, thanks. Any objections? Seeing none, the agenda has been amended. And let's see, so I think we're going to go right now into our new item 1A, which is the update on the Marshall Fire transition to recovery. And I see we have Mike Chard from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management. Thanks so much for being here, Mike. And Nuri, will you start this one?
I am. Thank you, Mayor. And so first of all, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. And before we begin, I want to just say that our hearts are going out to our neighbors in Superior and Louisville. Know that we stand with you and that we will continue to be with you during this long road to recovery. I continue to be moved and inspired by the outpouring of resilience, strength, compassion, and care demonstrated by our Boulder community. And I'm really proud to be a part of it now, and excited to hear and to share with you what we have done to date to support our community members. With us today is Mike Char, Director of the Office of Disaster Management for the City of Boulder and Boulder County. We have with us too many of our critical staff who responded to this crisis in what I can only characterize as extraordinary compassion and grace. I know that everyone knows here that on December 30th, we had a red flag wind day and reports of 3 fires in the area. 2 of those fires, including the Middle Fork fire, were contained relatively quickly, but as we all know, the Marshall fire was not. And since that day, we've responded to that Marshall fire, which proved to be the most devastating in Colorado history due to those strong winds, the dry conditions, and a large number of homes in the burn area. So you'll hear a little bit more later about 1,800 acres of city open space that was impacted by the fire, and numerous homes that were devastated by the strong winds by that day. But as we're not, you'll also hear a little bit about the extraordinary efforts that staff has done to support this. But as we know, the incident did not happen here in the city of Boulder itself. But we have been supporting the efforts there. And so I'll turn it to Mike to sort of give an overview of what's been happening before we turn back to what the city has been doing. Mike?
Thanks, Daria. Thank you, Council, Mayor, and residents that are listening to the call. This is day 6 of our response, and the present conditions are obviously moving more towards recovery. I'll try to give you what I can about what has occurred prior to this point. As you know, on December 30th, we were fighting a fire up in Middle Fork, which was drawing a lot of attention and resources towards a fast-moving fire also. And then the Marshall fire broke out, and that was at 10:24 in the morning. About a half hour later, 11:04, the Marshall fire started with pretty substantial winds behind it. We were seeing gusts that were going up in Category 2 hurricane level, winds, and with fire driven behind that, you can imagine what sort of environment the community and responders were facing as this thing started to grow. Fire started obviously at the base of the foothills, moved very rapidly to the east, involving the town of Superior and Louisville. There was over 800 firefighters at the height of the fire. Right now, we're seeing about 191 personnel, 27 fire engines, and 35 National Guards folks. It has, taken 6,200 acres with that growth. So the size of that, for those around long enough, that's the size of the 4 Mile fire back in 2010 on September 6th. But you take that footprint and you put it into an urban environment, and you can understand the devastation then that starts to unfold before us. 975 homes. I'm sorry if I don't have that accurate. I should, but the numbers are changing. Our disaster assistant teams have been out in the field really refining that. About 120, 130 homes were damaged. We'll have more numbers the next 24 hours that will be accurate, and we'll also estimate total loss. We had evacuation of 35,000 people. So that is a very significant evacuation. And that resulted in a tremendous support network that had to come behind it. I can tell the City of Boulder SWAT team was called out and responded quickly to those evacuations. One piece of evacuation is obviously the alert and warning that goes out, that are made by, those decisions are made by the incident commanders and the firefighters and law enforcement and police officers through the 911 center in the county. But also the door-to-door rescued many folks. And those, you'll think at some point there'll be more stories around that, if you haven't already heard them, that were very heroic by our first responders, our fire, police, and deputies that were firefighters, police, and deputies that were going door to door and removing people from hazards way. And then also the heroic efforts of many citizens and residents of our community. That's the last part of this, is people discovering and seeing the problems and then going to their neighbors and helping them get out. Those are always critical pieces of an evacuation. Unfortunately, we have 2 people missing, and we are in the process of locating those folks. I don't have more to say about that as the investigation is ongoing, but that's being handled by the Sheriff's Department. And we'll see more probably information coming out in the next couple of days. As far as the evacuation, when that started out, our office was called in, EOC was stood up. We try to get going as quickly as we can. Our job is to support the evacuation mission with messaging on our website, so that as people get evacuation notices or they're looking for information, they can go and either on social media platforms or at the website start finding more detailed information about what the hazards may be and then where roadblocks are and shelters. So we were able to get a shelter operation open pretty quickly. The city of Boulder, as always, rises to the occasion. So we were able to open South Boulder Rec Center very quickly for evacuees. Eventually went to North Boulder Rec, also the Lafayette YMCA, Lafayette Community Center, and the Rocky Mountain Church in Niwot were opened up as shelters. And eventually that led to the YMCA being the last shelter open. We have a couple of people still in that shelter, and we've been able to transition other folks into back into their homes because of the lifting of closures to neighborhoods or provide them housing assistance. The other stories here, obviously getting people out of harm's way. When you think about the actual wind and fire conditions, we have a lot more to investigate to understand. But with two potential missing people. I really, the fact that it's not more, I don't want to celebrate that with the loss of any life. It's tragic, and it's hard to kind of put that in balance for me. But we could have seen things worse from this event with the size and scope of it. So tremendous work from responders and the community members to pull us through this. So we're in the next phase as this starts to go out of the emergency response, which by that night, the fire had died down. The winds had died down about 8:30, 9 o'clock. If you're outside, it probably still felt windy, but I can tell you from what we were experiencing during the day, it felt like light winds, but they were still substantial. But the rapid and aggressive fire growth was over by the later periods of the night. Of course, the snow helps with the fire control, but makes damage assessment and other complicating factors. And once the life safety mission is sort of handled, and the fire containment, which it is 100% contained, we don't now things turn to the heavy lift of helping people try to get back to their homes. We brought in our incident management team that the city of Boulder supports, and many of our firefighters are on that team. And Mike Smith on our fire department was the incident commander. He started out, and I helped him transition our team down to the Marshall Fire. So we, fighting two fires at once under these conditions, you can see the challenges, but we were able to be flexible and agile and move those capabilities around as needed. But Mike's done just a tremendous job along with his team to help put management to a very complex and escalating incident, along with many other firefighters in our fire department that are part of that team. The IMT was transitioned over to a federal team that later the next day, and that federal management team is a type 1 team. To give you the typing, that's the most powerful team that's in the federal arsenal to come in and provide assistance to managing this very significant disaster. The goal that we put on that team was to reduce hazards or eliminate them, to facilitate as quickly as possible the restoration of our utilities in these communities, because that facilitates then getting people back home. And when you're removed from your house, the people want to know, is my house up? Is it survived? Is it damaged? Do I have a home to go to? This is part of the mission of trying to reduce the human suffering and the impacts that comes along with knowing this. The other side of this that is the tremendous amount of loss. We've had pets and animals affected by this. Death notifications with animals, people lost pets has been going on, and the tragedy of that, but many animals were saved. There's tremendous support from our humane societies, the fairgrounds from across the Front Range, to be able to handle not just the human evacuation, but also the evacuation of animals and family pets is also another story that goes along with this disaster. We were also able to get the shelters open and get support to house folks that are waiting to get back. Xcel Energy, Comcast, the wireless carriers all did a fantastic job getting service back into the area. Presently, 100% of all electrical is restored back into the disaster area. There's 10,000 out of 13,000 gas customers. There's been 700 crews from across the country brought in to restore the utilities, so quite an armada. of utility resources to try to facilitate getting a timely and quick return to homes for people that have been kept out. The roadblocks have been lifted, as I've been told before the meeting, was in all areas but Louisville. So there is still some road or site containment around 76 South 76th Street, Superior. And Louisville is handling their closures, and you have to be monitoring those through Louisville website for those that may be interested, as those closures may change in the next 12, 24 hours. I don't want to get too far into that, but what goes on with the DAC, but the Disaster Assistance Center, sorry for the acronym use there, but the utilities are back. The Type 1 team is looking to transition out towards the end of the week, and we're looking to move very much into the heavy recovery phase. There's still some operational priorities going on around, getting some spot fires put down. The fire departments are still responding to calls as the snow melts off. Even with all the snow, the collapsed buildings are reigniting. So there'll still be some of those things happening within the fire perimeter that will be addressed by Mountain View Fire Department and also Louisville. Any mutual aid fire resources, I'm sure Chief Calderazzo will be able to offer assistance. But the thing that can be said about the response in closing is that many of our departments, our first responder departments, helped out tremendously, either through covering, as other departments were surging into the disaster response or actively engaged in the response to the fire. So without those efforts and without the support of the municipalities across the county, this disaster would not be handled to the level that it has been, because we are able to get and help rebuild the communities and get the essential services back online for the residents in Boulder County to be able to start getting back to rebuilding their lives and get some normalcy back into their life, which is a big goal for us here at Disaster Management. Because of that, we received a disaster declaration from FEMA very quickly. We have a major presidential disaster declaration, one of the quickest I've ever seen. And it does have category A and B. So what that means: debris assistance and emergency response reimbursement, also some individual assistance. So we've got FEMA state partners from the Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management and FEMA on site. And they are setting up their support structures out at our Disaster Assistance Center, which is located off of South Public Road, 1755, I believe, South Public Road in Lafayette. And that was stood up pretty quickly and is now providing services to many affected by the community. I know we had some residents here of our own in Boulder that experienced a wind event. This wasn't just being classified a fire event, but also a significant wind event. We had obviously some homes impacted. We saw some tremendous work from the Red Cross in assisting those members, but also from volunteer agencies like Team Rubicon coming in and being able to help with providing some emergency stabilization of those homes. So just a lot of outpouring of support and money, supplies, equipment, just from all over the country, the Front Range, and from many communities here in Boulder County. And I won't go too much further into RIA. I know there's other notes there related to things that you have been directly involved in related to, supporting Louisville and Lafayette with some of their infrastructure. I just want to end with two notes. Disaster assessment teams went out, 60 plus teams from building inspectors and engineers from across the Front Range. In 2 days, they're completing the damage assessment, which is unheard of. Over 3,000 structures have been assessed, which helps facilitate then also identifying what really are the impacts to know what the strategic intent and plan needs to be for restoration of critical infrastructure, municipal buildings, also getting an idea, size and scope of the housing issues we're going to face by the number of residential versus commercial properties or businesses affected by the fire damage. So thanks again to Boulder for all of the support from Public Works to our inspectors who are part of that effort. And I think that's all I have to report on at this time. I'm trying to keep my thoughts together here off the top of my head, but hopefully that briefing gave you a little bit more insight as to kind of where we've been. And then Naria can talk about the work going on in our resource management. Closing's doing a tremendous support with water support. That seems to be a big issue right now with keeping water going until the water distribution systems are restored. And I'll turn it over to Naria for that, because that's been a huge program by our Public Works Department to support Louisville and Superior in that restoration. So unless you have any questions, that's the end of report.
Thanks so much, Mike, for that. And I'll just say, I've unfortunately been involved in a lot of emergencies, from tornadoes to hurricanes to, frankly, just most recently, the almost collapse of the electrical grid in Austin. And your leadership and how quickly and agilely you gathered folks together in your role has really been extraordinary to watch. So I just thank you for your leadership. And I'll say, I'll try not to repeat some of the things that Mike has shared about how the city has been supporting, because I will tell you that our city staff jumped in really, really quickly to support. Obviously, first and foremost, they're helping to support the city, the EOC, and whatever Mike sort of needs and directs folks to. Mike mentioned how much we have been doing in the sheltering area and moving and lifting up, as you all know, the extraordinary lift to lift a shelter up on short notice. And I just want to call out that we certainly could not have done that without the quick coordination of Parks and Recs and utility staff who really supported some of those during our emergency operations. The COVID-19 Recovery Center was also opened as an evacuation point for those who had tested positive for COVID. As we know, we're in the midst of that crisis as well, and so needed to find the appropriate spaces for that. Already, Mike has mentioned the Disaster Assistance Center. That is a great resource for all. I know OEM has that on the website, and our staff is certainly helping to lift that up and continue to support that as that moves forward. We've also begun some of our own damage assessment. So we talked a little bit earlier about the hurricane force winds that day, and that resulted in damage to 25 homes in the city of Boulder. We have issued our own local disaster emergency declaration and are hoping to address some of that damage with the help of that presidential declaration with FEMA and so forth. So we'll continue to work with the EOC as we move that on. The city of Boulder building staff has been out and deployed, as Mike mentioned, and certainly Public Works and PNDS have been assisting OEM in assessing what damage they have to their public infrastructure in those affected areas. There are many trees lost at the Flatirons Golf Course, about 30 of them, and a large cottonwood that fell on a bridge over Boulder Creek, just east of the main library. That bridge is now closed pending that tree removal and structural assessment, so we'll know more about that in the future. And then, as I mentioned before, we've had some damage to our open space, and so OSMP staff have been conducting preliminary assessment of trails and trailheads, fencing, agriculture and water infrastructure, and signage that may have been affected by the fire. So far, we continue to think that it was, the impacts are less than what we initially had feared, but we will continue to do that. We haven't done any cost estimates yet until we finalize that damage assessment, and we will again be continuing to coordinate with Boulder County Parks and Open Space on those damage assessments. I believe Mike mentioned a lot, and I know that you all have heard and imagined that public safety was critical in this. Certainly, BPD assisted in the evacuation of over 1,000 people and took over some of the responsibilities for some of our regional partners who were busy really dealing with the immediate effects of the fire. We had traffic control services. We deployed about 35 resources to assist the county, including what Mike had mentioned about the SWAT team and bomb squad to support what was happening elsewhere in our sister cities. Our fire department sent the battalion chief several engines and several brush trucks immediately, and the wildland team to help with the immediate fires. OSMP was also deployed to assist in the immediate fire response. We covered calls and dispatch for a variety of calls through those days. In fact, our 911 dispatch center answered about 1,170 phone calls from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and at the highest point answered 197 calls in a single hour, just over 3 a minute. So extraordinary work done by our 911 dispatch team. Police and fire continue to support emergency response needs, and detectives are responding and helping with agencies when other serious crimes occurs to enable those other public safety agencies to be able to focus and continue to focus on the immediate response. In housing, we have lifted the income limits enabling emergency housing for fire displaced individuals and households. Permanently affordable city rental housing units can now provide emergency housing to displaced individuals and households, regardless of the income, for up to 12 months. And I know, again, for all of these, we have staff at the end of this to answer specific questions for you. And I know that we have mentioned and folks have asked us what happens for those kind-hearted and wonderful folks who are taking in folks that have been displaced by the fire and concerned about occupancy issues. We had already said before when we were talking to occupancy that we're not actively enforcing occupancy limits. And so individuals providing temporary shelter for evacuees should not be concerned at this time. And we actually thank you for your ability to take folks in as we move forward. Mike mentioned how much we were doing in the area of water. Water seems to be an issue at the moment as we're trying to get everyone up to speed. And I can't thank staff from utilities enough. They're helping with water treatment testing and flushing the water distribution systems to clear the boil water orders as soon as we can. And transportation and maintenance staff has helped deliver bottled water to Louisville and distribution of those who need that access. And as long as we're on the topic of transportation, I know and just heard today from Matt in Superior, the city manager in Superior, how appreciative he was of city snow crews that assisted Superior by helping out, because not only did we have the fires, but we had quite a bit of snow that very next day. So appreciate our transportation team really assisting in that. Forest Service continues to respond regarding fallen trees on or near homes and on public lands, as our OSMP crews. So I hope the community continues to let us know if they are seeing any of those fallen trees or some hard debris as we continue to move forward with that. Transportation had also coordinated transportation services with VIA and RTD to and from the evacuation zones and shelters, and continues to coordinate transportation services to and from the Disaster Assistance Center as well. There are things that happen sometimes behind the scenes that are of tremendous help, and I'll just call out our city IT staff who quickly supported Louisville and Superior as their systems went down. They're just now, I heard from the city manager in Superior, getting internet, and we are here and will continue to help as they get their systems up and running with whatever they may need in that regard. HHS staff have been collaborating with government agency and private funding partners to address urgent and longer term needs for community members experience economic, health, and other disparities. And our Community Vitality Department has been helping to navigate businesses to Red Cross and the Community Foundation. Our PIOs, I can't even begin to say how invaluable they have been in supporting sort of getting messaging out. Messaging, as always in any disaster, is critical as we move forward. And they have been supporting the Emergency Operations Center throughout the very beginning. And they will continue to serve in that regard, either in person or remotely, as we continue to have that need. Our records information staff are playing a critical role in helping the Office of Emergency Management as well by creating evacuation and road closures maps to health first responders, and updating trail maps to reflect closures. OSMP is also doing a lot in that regard and reaching out to open space partners in Superior and Louisville to see what they need and where they can help coordinate, but in particular are helping to provide messaging to where those trails and those other areas remain closed to the public. Boulder Parks and Recreation is honoring Louisville's Recreation Center passes at its 3 recreation centers, and the Louisville Recreation Center can, until the Louisville Recreation Center can resume normal operations. I will also say that we too, as a city organization, have been impacted directly by that. We have 70 employees who live in Louisville and Superior. We have, of those, we have offered all of those 70 employees who were evacuated when the fires began paid leave. And as we checked in individually with all our staff impacted by the fires, we can confirm now that we have to date 5 of our city colleagues who are amongst those who lost their homes in the Marshall Fire. While we hope that that is the extent of the damage, we know that there are some that have yet to reach their homes to assess that damage, and others who may not have lost their homes in their entirety, but who had significant damage to the fire nonetheless, or have close family members who have lost their homes. And so we are working to determine how best to support our colleagues who have had such losses, and we will be providing them and you more information on how to support with donations directly to them as we move forward. The biggest question we get as we move forward, right? The kind-hearted and the charitable nature of everyone in community has been, what can we do to help? And there are a multitude of ways that we can do it. And there are a lot of websites, as everyone knows, to do that. The best way right now, I will say, is to donate money or to be a volunteer via the officials channels outlined in the Boulder Office of Emergency Management website. Monetary donations are going to coloradogives.org. Volunteer opportunities to support recovery efforts. One can look at coloradoresponds.org. To donate materials, food, water, and services, people can register at bouldercounty.wufoo.com/forms/donations. And we will have, I know this is a lot of information, but you can find it all on the OEM website. And we are trying ourselves to put all of these resources in a single spot to make it easier for folks to do that and to look for what they can use for help. I'll say too, Sister Carmen is taking limited donations and volunteers at this time. They most need cash, and they're asking to donate online at sistercarmen.org, and gift cards in $100 increments to Walmart, Target, and Costco, or local area restaurants, are really appreciated as well. I will say that as we're looking at these, and I'll just mention that there are sometimes, and unfortunately in these situations, some folks that are trying to capitalize on these tragic events. If we stick to these official channels and folks are really directed to these official forms and trusted forms of donations, it will be most successful in helping and supporting those that are impacted by the fire. If you hear of anything about a scam in your area, and we have unfortunately heard of a few, we would say please contact the Boulder County District Attorney's Office, who are addressing those as we move forward. There are also a variety of resources for the distress. This, obviously, any natural disaster like a wildfire can have a significant impact on folks' emotional well-being. We're hoping, and we're certainly advising all of our staff, and say that to community as well, to take steps to ensure that everyone's taking care of their emotional needs during this time. And we know that we have Colorado Crisis Services and mental health partners who are available to provide assistance. I know John Taylor is in the wings, and maybe we can promote him to panelist too, in case you have questions on how the business community is helping. But the Northwest Chamber Alliance has put together a resource page for businesses at northwestchamberalliance.com/wildfire. And I know that John, in a second here, can probably answer some questions too about how the chamber is stepping in and leaning in to support those that have their businesses impacted as well. For those needing a place to stay as a result of the fire, the Disaster Assistance Center in Lafayette is an excellent resource. We also have additional hotel rooms that are listed on the BoulderColoradoUSA.com's website, and available apartments for displaced family can be found on the Colorado Apartment Association's website, which also includes our great partners at Barha, who have a website on their own that also list available units here in the Boulder area. And for the latest information, you can visit boulderoem.com for a full list of those resources, and we'll continue to do that ourselves to do that as we move forward. So I just want to finally say that I realize this listing and update is a lot to take in. We're hoping to gather all of them, as I mentioned, in one single place, but wanted to lift up the many, many ways that staff has and continues to respond to the immediate crisis. And hopefully will allow for some grace as well, because there are times when our regular work has been delayed because they've been involved in emergency work. And lastly, I'll say that while we have been mostly in response mode, as we lean into recovery now, I want you to know that we're already thinking about ways to support those impacted by the fire in additional ways. So we're already not, as I mentioned before, enforcing occupancy limits generally, and we're going to continue this practice, as we know some of our community are already opening their homes, so we don't want people to worry about that. We're thinking about other possibilities, like perhaps allowing short-term rentals to be rented on a longer-term basis, or seeing if we can provide some kind of priority processing for certain times of the permits that would allow folks to really have additional people in their homes. We're looking to see if rental license exemptions or quick processing for existing owner-occupied units that could be used for housing fire victims could be happening. And so while I say that we're thinking about it, we don't know yet what's feasible, but know that we're looking to different opportunities to see how best we can streamline and accelerate some creative ways to support those in community already. we imagine you may have additional thoughts on those creative ways that we can support folks as well. So we welcome those as we look towards the next recovery phase. And with that, I'll say staff is here to answer any specifics, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor. Although I will say that if John Tayer's on the line and wants to share how the Chamber's been helping the business community, this may be a good moment.
Thanks. So much, Heather. John, do you want to go ahead and tell us what you all have been up to, and then I'll say a few words.
Sure, I'll be real quick. And first of all, thank you to the City of Boulder staff team, great partners in our efforts, and recognizing that first and foremost, this has been a major impact to residents of our region. And then as a consequence, there has also been direct and indirect impacts to our businesses. So we, as the Boulder Chamber, have reached out and coordinated with our Northwest Chamber Alliance partners. As Nuria mentioned, we have pulled together a resource webpage, which is one-stop shopping for our businesses to identify what resources and support services are out there for them, many of them that Nuria outlined in her comments. Second, we have put out a survey countywide to our businesses to ask them what are the needs that they have. We are already getting back significant responses to that. Many people our businesses offering support through that survey, as well as helping us to understand their immediate needs and thinking about long-term. I'll also just reference that these residents represent the workforce of our community. And so we are very attuned to their needs, helping them to make sure that they are also available to come back for employment. We also recognize that some of them have lost their employment, so we're assisting them in getting unemployment insurance. And just if you give me 2 seconds, I want to recognize it's not the Boulder Chamber acting alone. There are a great deal of our local business associations and support services that are helping. So if give me 2 seconds, I just outlined that the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association, they're helping to identify rental properties for those who have been displaced. The Boulder Convention and Visitors Bureau has been in touch with hotels, not just in Boulder, but outside the region, that are offering discount rates for displaced residents, and making sure that is updated regularly. As ever, the Small Business Development Center is playing an active role in helping to assist businesses through the process of getting services. And then we all know, I think most of us know about the Community Foundation. They have been the center for a lot of philanthropy, now up to $12 million from 43,000 donations from across the country, and they are now already released 5 million of that directly to residents for support. So immediately getting dollars out there to meet immediate needs. And then just all our business partners, including the Downtown Boulder Business Partnership, they have just been great resource for us in supporting some of our needs of the businesses out and residents. And finally, I just give a little tip of the hat to the restaurant community. They have stepped up in a very big way, offering free meals for many of those who are displaced. It's overwhelming, the support that they've put together, and that list is online at the Northwest Chamber Alliance website, as well as other resources out there. But just impressive what the restaurant community has done at a time when they've been struggling as well. I thank Nuria for mentioning the fraudulent practices. Most of the services being offered by business leaders and support services are appropriate and with good intent, but there are some folks who would try to take advantage of a situation like this. So we urge folks to report any seeming price gouging or fraudulent practices. Very important that we capture that. And conclude by saying this has been a collaborative effort of chambers and business organizations across the county. That's the only way we're going to get through this together. And we know it's going to be not just the short-term impact, but there will be long-term implications here. So we're in it for the long term, and look forward to partnering with our city colleagues in that effort.
Thanks so much for that, John, and thanks for everything the business community is doing to help support people who are in need right now. And so really appreciate that you coming tonight. And Mike, really appreciate your efforts and your office's efforts so much. And we just also, we cannot say enough about the extraordinary efforts of city staff in this emergency, in this disaster. It's inspiring to see this example of neighbors helping neighbors, and how the nearby disaster became, all hands on deck moment for the city of Boulder, and had so many of our employees working long hours for many days to help folks. And I think about how after the King Soopers shooting, how many people came to our aid and supported our community in that time of our need and our crisis. And so I'm glad that we're able to keep up the tradition of mutual aid for our neighbors in the nearby communities and help them out however we can. It's been inspiring. So thanks to everyone involved so much. With that, council members, do you have questions for city staff or anybody else that's here this evening about the recovery efforts? Nicole and Matt.
I just have one quick clarification for the community. It sounds like the mental health services that are available are not just for people who've been directly impacted by the fire, but maybe available for volunteers, for others in the community who have taken refugees in, and also maybe even for folks like journalists. I mean, I know it's been really hard to kind of go and report all this. I just want to clarify that these resources are available beyond those who were directly impacted by the fire or not.
I'll say that I've asked in the background for staff to jump in so that you stop hearing my voice, but my understanding is that yes, they are openly available for anyone in our community who needs assistance. Someone feel free to correct me if I'm wrong in that.
I would agree with that, Naria. What I will do also, Councilperson Spears, I will go ahead and check with our messaging and make sure that we have that, out there for the public to see, and it's clearly stated. So I'll follow up on that for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's likely people who think that, they need to leave those resources for the people directly impacted. And so if we have enough available, I just really want to encourage our community, particularly those in Southeast Boulder who are watching flames all day and packing up their cars and, all of that, please reach out to those resources if it'll help you get through. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks. I had two questions, but first, I just want to commend Mike and everybody on staff for the tremendous work. I mean, even though the loss is profound and almost unfathomable, it still could have been way worse. And so I just want to commend everyone for the work they did to minimize to just what it is, even though it's extraordinary. To my first question centers around water, and I know utility staff have been working hard on that, but is there any general expected time frame from which water service will be restored? I know I've been getting questions, not just regards to businesses and homes, but certainly with regards to schools. And a lot of parents who live in Boulder proper have kids that go to schools that have been impacted by water shutoff. So any sense that they can feel a little bit at ease about their children and then other resources and homes and businesses with regards to when water service might be restored?
Mike, I'll throw that to you or to Joe.
Great. Joe, I'll let you take the water because you're the water expert, but I can fill in the gaps afterwards.
Good evening, council members, and Mike, thanks for that. I'm not sure about expert, but definitely a big effort going on right now with the neighboring communities, helping the Louisville and Superior flush the water out of their water systems. Normally, like for Boulder, we do that flushing every year through our hydrants, and doing it by ourselves, it might take 6 weeks or a couple months to do it. And to put people at ease, we have like 9 or 10 city crews out there from various municipalities, and so hope to get that done in a fraction of the time. It's really Superior's and Louisville's call to say exactly when it will be back online. The key component of that is they're working with the Colorado Department of Health and Environment and doing testing. And once they get the test results that they want, then they'll be all clear to do that. But it won't be anywhere near the time frame that it will take normally. There's an army of utility staff out there opening valves and flushing water. So probably sometime within, well, I'll leave it to Louisville and Superior to say.
Yeah, what I can fill in there, Joe, is one of the duties we have is we pull together the agency administrators. This will be senior leadership, also the city or town administrators into a meeting that meets every day. And we share about what's the operational updates, also what are the community impacts, and try to track those so everyone kind of stays, kind of glued together. What we are hearing initially was it was going to be early next week. We're also hearing now reports that with all the efforts that Joe's talking about, possibly could maybe be by Friday or Saturday. But I'm not, it's really kind of a fluid, and that's not a pun there on the water thing, but we're really not sure. It kind of goes day to day. If they can get a lot of good work done the next couple of days, they're involved in phases of testing. And as Joe put it, then also prepping the system. For folks that are worried about schools, Rob Price from Boulder Valley School District, also Johnny Terrell from St. Valley School District, they're part of that agency administrator, bring all of the folks together to this table to discuss these things. They are planning in their opening, I believe it was tomorrow, actually. Yep. So they have been planning all along to provide water assistance at their school sites, and they've got the gas and electric, power, so they can provide safe environments for the kids. And the students and teachers and faculty. So they've been indicating, and Nuria, if I'm missing something here, because things kind of jam together for me, but they seem to be indicating all systems are go for opening school. Kids, the water is the challenge, but obviously the other potable water sources allows them to maintain the opening. So I'm going to keep hoping and that we're going to get that Saturday deadline, and we could also even see some hospital systems coming back online as a result of that, which puts more inventory back into our medical system that we have here in Boulder County with the COVID numbers we have. It's important to try to get our medical clinics, hospitals, long-term care centers back in to their facilities to where they can take care of patients.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Joe. My next question is a housing one, and kind of, I think there's a number of them that some of my colleagues may ask, and Nuria, I appreciate you addressing a bunch of them up front. Has to do with what we know is a volume of second and really tertiary homeowners in this town. Is there any way to reach out to those that have vacant homes and even just acknowledge what's going on in some ways, but even just making the ask? Because some may not know because they don't live here or unaware of what to do. And I'm just wondering if there's inventory available. Is there anything we can do to jumpstart a conversation or just make it a little bit easier for maybe some of that to be opened up even in a short-term manner for so many families and just people in need?
I see Kurt popped up, and I don't know if he has additional things, but I'll say that we'll certainly take that back and see. It still requires us to have that inventory and to reach out. And right now we're still in response mode, but as soon as we will put that in the mix and take some of these ideas and see what we can do. Kurt, I don't know if you had something to add on that point. I was thinking mostly the rental units we have.
Sure. Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. Thanks for that, Matt. So Kristen Heiser and I today were in a meeting that was put together by FEMA, and we were joined by CDBG, Boulder County, so DOLA, CHAFA, CDBS, with this looking to answer those questions. And that team is now meeting on a very regular basis, and it's around coordination of the information, coordination of the supports available to individuals like rental support. I know that FEMA has already put out $63,000 in rent support, in transportation. And we're also bringing together, I think it's tomorrow, many of the landlords in the community and reaching out to figure out who all those players are that have housing resources, and trying to centralize information about what's available to the community. So there's a lot of things that are being worked on. However, it's also going to take a while to pull this together. And over the next few days, hopefully that will come together. But this is really the start of the recovery process, and trying to cover both short-term housing needs as well as long-term housing needs for the impacted residents.
Thank you, Kurt. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Kurt. Rachel?
Matt, you're done? Thanks. Okay, I have a couple questions and want to thank Nuria and Mike and all the staff who've been working, I know, in overdrive for the last couple of days. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. Okay, so my questions are, I'm a little bit confused by the disaster declaration relief funding availability. So thought maybe we could clarify that. My understanding is that people who have wind damage, that straight wind damage, will also qualify, that maybe City of Boulder residents. And I think it's for uninsured only. So wanted to clarify that. And then also for everyone, wind fire damage, if it is only for uninsured, does that include like people with huge deductibles? Can they apply for coverage there?
So that's a great question. And the first phase or the first call we say is start with your insurance company. That's the first layer. But also we encourage everyone to go to FEMA online to get into the individual assistance program to see what gap coverage may be offered. And for people that are uninsured, of course, then individual assistance will be able to help them with some of those rent assistance and all the programs. We're just talking before I got on the call. There is a meeting coming up around these issues of what they call it the suite, what are the full suite of individual assistance programs available. So the Disaster Assistance Center is where a lot of those questions can get answered. So we encourage our city residents to take advantage of that. Visit the center if you are underinsured or have gap coverage or you do have no insurance. Those would be places to go because there's 20 different agencies at the Disaster Assistance Center. They can help you get in through the portal for individual assistance, and then you'll find out where you stand and know what resources you have available to help you with choices. That's the big thing here is people are traumatized, they're dealing with a lot of things. Trying to make it one-stop shop, where you get all the information so you're not struggling to fight through that. That just adds to the burden of that. So if you know of people that are having those questions, that is the place to go, to that damage assistance or disaster assistance center and see what programs and services and information you can receive that can help you out.
That's great to hear. Thanks. And would you say like it can't really hurt you to apply?
Worst I could say is no, you're overinsured and you don't qualify, but at least what maybe other programs under that individual assistance that you didn't realize that you could take advantage of.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My next question, I guess I haven't heard a lot about whether there were any individuals injured or did we, I understand there are 2 individuals missing, but were there significant numbers of injuries in the fire?
I can only imagine there were. I don't have any reports of that. We haven't had any reports from ER visits or things of that nature. There's been no critical injuries that I've been made aware of. So that's where we stand on it. That will come out. Some information will be more available, I think, as we get towards the end of the week, but nothing that's right off the top, saying hospitals were overran with, a lot of casualties and things of that nature. So we're thankful for that.
Yeah, no, I think you said no significant injuries. Mm-hmm. That's correct. Remarkable.
It is.
Yeah. And a testament to all the work that you all did. Let's see. Next question, I think is for Nuria or Kurt. Probably. We're talking about waiving the 12 months of sort of proving that you qualify for affordable housing or meet those requirements, which it seems awesome. But do we expect any ripple effects on people who do qualify for affordable housing? And are we taking steps to make sure that sort of both groups will have access to housing over the next year?
Good question, Rachel. I'm not sure what you meant by waiving the 12 months. What it allows is for what the 12 months relates to is that individuals can move into the affordable housing for up to 12 months who don't meet the income requirements. So it's a short-term or 12-month solution for someone, and that's intended not to take the affordable housing stock out of where it's been focused on. I don't have a number of what the available affordable housing stock is right now. It's typically relatively low. But as I mentioned earlier, we'll really be actively reaching out to other organizations like Barha and others who have a more of a significant stock of housing than what we have.
Okay, and maybe we could just get some follow-up information on that, because it seems like if we're waiving the requirement to prove that you qualify for affordable housing, that it would only be affordable units that we could be talking about. So it seems like if those are coming outside I like it that we are making housing easily available, readily available for people who are displaced. And I also just want to make sure that we are accounting for and preparing for making sure that people who qualify for affordable housing don't lose, that access that they have.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. And then this one's maybe a little bit odd, but we had another recent fire in the city of Boulder at an apartment complex where a lot of people were displaced, and we had been getting some recent emails about people having trouble getting to their contents. So I just wondered, are there any synergies or any useful aspects of the resources and help that we have available here for those fire victims as well?
So I'll maybe ask Mike, because I know Chief Calderazzo has been helping with that. I believe that most folks, or that many of the folks that we heard about initially have been able to get in. There may be a few that are still waiting to be able to do that. And one in particular that may not have had insurance because that was going to be covered like that. Mike, am I wrong in that assessment? And then are there additional resources that you know of that we may offer? I don't know yet the stat. I mean, I don't know as of now the status of everyone that has been dealing with the fire there. So I'll leave it to you.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Mike Calderazzo, Fire Chief. I'm only aware of the one resident, I guess, that couldn't get access, and that was basically, as Nuria mentioned, it's really between that resident and the homeowners association of the building. There's not much that we can do in that place. I don't know if there's any resources generally that could help this person. That's quite possible in the community to help them get in there. But the deal was this, the homeowners association would not allow any residents or unauthorized parties to go into the structure for whatever reasons, on the advice of council and the safety of anyone going in there. So they contracted with a third party to do that. And that's probably going to be similar to where people are accessing their homes in different areas that have been burned out as well. I mean, there's safety issues there. But in this particular case, it was use the third party or find a third party for yourself. And of course, that doesn't come out for free, or most people won't be able to do that, and get whatever it is that she needed out of that apartment. So I don't know if there's resources to help her get that out of this event or anywhere else. But I imagine there might.
And sorry, I meant that, I guess maybe I was using that as an example, but just more broadly, like given that we had another recent fire, are there resources here for people who are also displaced from that fire that may be helpful? And you could.
There are. There definitely are.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Well, maybe we can just make sure that those residents know about it then. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Chief. And thanks, everyone. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks, Chief. Mark?
I have a comment and I have one question. And the comment is that I am absolutely in awe of the way in which our staff, it seems each and every department of our staff has jumped to the effort to help our neighbors. The extent to which they have done it, the rapidity with which they have done it. And I will tell you frankly, that it makes me very proud to live in a community where we would help those who are in need, not in our own community, but in a community in need that is adjacent to ours. And Nuria, I think you and your staff should be, who are very, I'm sure, very, very tired at this point, and who have lost a holiday weekend in this effort. Each one of them should be extremely proud of the manner in which they have responded. And I cannot imagine a better response to help neighbors. And I would hope you would communicate that to every department head, and everyone within those departments, because they have responded magnificently. My question is, I assume when things calm down, will we be debriefing this to see what procedures we can improve in our own potential responses to an event like this? Are there things we can do better that we have been doing a little differently? Essentially, what will we learn, and how will we put this horrible tragedy to at least some use in terms of how Boulder deals with natural phenomena like this?
I'll say first, Mark, just thank you for those comments. And I can tell you from the texts I'm getting already that staff is listening and so appreciates what everyone has said and your comments right now. And I can only agree that I'm extraordinarily proud to be part of this organization. And then I'll turn it over to Mike. I know that traditionally there are hot washes or debrief sessions. Assume this would be like no different, because we're always happy to learn. But Mike?
Thanks, Nuria. Yeah, first off, yes, there will be a series of those. Something of this size is a tremendous, a system of systems to bring together all these resources in the response side and the recovery side. We have already just had a discussion today, at least our EOC segment of this is to talk about getting a hot wash, which we call hot wash. It's quick, it's fast, it's topical, grab things while it's fresh for people, get it recorded, but then there will be more formal debriefs that will extract information from a large group of invitees to smaller groups. To your point, we will learn things. This is a culture and a value in our community. Going back to every disaster I've been on since I've been here since 2009, that we bring responders to the we call consequence management responders together to find out where we did well. We want to record those successes, ensure that any changes we make, we don't lose that capacity. And more importantly, we look at where we have improvements to be made. And then we go to work on developing an improvement plan. And you may even see things coming back before council in some shape or form as investments that can help us be better prepared in our community. I think there will be then improvements to our response systems, our recovery systems, our mitigation efforts and preparedness moving forward. I can guarantee there will be. And there will be things we learn from this that are also going to have profound influence on policy and along the front range. You look at this scenario, I was just talking to the National Weather Service, Greg Hansen today, and was saying we need to look at where we're seeing similar atmospheric type conditions occurring along the front range and trying to see what other communities could be vulnerable to this type of event to be better able to mitigate, prepare, respond, and recover from. So it's kind of long-winded. There will be, I can assure you of that. And then lastly, the success, and there a lot of it goes to this group. Being a disaster, in disaster management, it's everybody. It's from elected officials to department heads to midline supervisors, workers, and community members, volunteer organizations. It's a whole community approach. And Mark, I am proud also that to live in a county. I've been here for 27 years, but also served the community for that long. That we are able to pull it together like this. There's other communities that don't have that integrated, collective culture. And we have that here in the city of Boulder and Boulder County. And when we have these times, and we have had a lot of things that were challenges, but we always defeat them and we always rise up from them. And it's because of folks like you and the community members attending this call. And I thank everyone for that support. Couldn't do my job without everybody.
Thank you, Mike. And although we are not in a position to thank each and every staff member personally, I wish we could. They all deserve our thanks. That's it for me.
Thanks, Mark. And thanks so much for that, Mike. We have a lot to be proud of how we've come together to help folks, for sure. Nicole, And well, actually, I have see Kurt first and then Nicole.
Thank you for that, Mark. Really appreciate that. I just wanted to add on and give a little more insight into what Mike Chard was saying. I think about a third of our staff, and that's similar to other departments, train on a regular basis around this. And we do mock, emergency response situations on a regular basis. Within minutes of this going off, several staff know what to do, where to go, how to support each other. It's pretty amazing the infrastructure that's set up around this. And I'll just note that I think it was about 3 years ago, Mike's team did a mock emergency. It was an all-day event that we participated in. It was almost the same event, unfortunately. It was interesting to see how this played out, very similar to our mock event, but I think it really prepared staff to understand how to support it and what to do to efficiently support the structure that Mike's put in place.
Great, thanks, Kurt. Nicole?
Thanks. I'll be really quick. Just echoing the thanks for staff. But I'm hoping that we can come back maybe with a study session months later when we have some more information about how things could change, what we could do, just so that we can learn a little bit more about that. I would find that helpful. So just sort of putting a pin in that for later. And then my question is around how long does the Disaster Assistance Center stay up and available for people? I have heard from others in our community who've lost homes to fires in the past that the process of dealing with insurance and rehousing and all of this can take over a year. And so I'm just wondering if the assistance center is available for folks throughout that period. Is there a point when it lets up? And if there is a point that lets up, what resources are available for the community at that point? Thank you.
So the Disaster Assistance Center currently is scheduled for a 2-week time run, and it's going to be 7 days a week during that time. Exact hours, I think we're like 8 to 6 or 7 or something of that nature. I'm sorry, I don't have that exact. But what my experience has been, I'll be meeting with the recovery manager for the county, and then also with the town administrator and city administrator. And their next step here is to try to set up the recovery structure for ongoing issues. We're calling this what we call the transition or short-term phase of recovery. The Disaster Assistance Center is really to give that central one-stop, for people to go to get all services and hopefully get buoyant with what they need. There's also an armada of insurance companies out there also right now, so they can deal with their insurance. They can go and get some mental health help. They can look at the IA. They can see what they got for housing. I mean, they're just right down the list. The things that you're talking about is that could be extended if there's still a huge need. They had 507 people there today. So a lot of it is driven by need of the community, and then setting up the other structures longer term. That's the medium long-term challenges of recovery, of trying to replicate what are the things that are still needed from a service standpoint, and then creating the structure that allows for that continuous support and access, and the things that it'll change too. Folks will find about insurance and what individual assistance they have, and then the permitting processes that start happening, and being able to look at those, and is there a way to streamline that? We found this in many disasters in Boulder County, in the city here, where, just making the process of rebuilding your house less, onerous can be so healing, or it can be very traumatizing too for folks. So those are the things that start, going through. And then there's a lot of money that's being generated. Community Foundation, looking at how that will be dispersed and getting those structures set up, how to evaluate need. And the goal there is try not to make it so bureaucratic that, you sit there, arguing over who gets what, and then no one gets anything. It's to try to make it streamlined and flexible and agile to where immediate need can be funded quickly. So there will be all these different things that come up, and that's what the recovery challenges are. And we'll be meeting about that here in the next 48 hours, starting to build that structure out. And we'll have a clearer idea of what that looks like too, by, the middle or beginning of next week.
Thank you for all you're doing. I, recognize a lot of these folks who lost homes are our workers. So thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, we've got Tara, and then I got one last thing.
First, I just want to thank each person, everybody on staff, everybody involved. I'm so touched and overwhelmed by this community. And as a new member of council, especially to be a part of it, it's overwhelming in a good way. I have one question. I think following up on what Nicole said about having a study session before we forget, I'm thinking about many people in Louisville and Superior that were not, that didn't get text because they just never signed up because nobody's really prepared for this type of thing. So now that we are thinking about being prepared, I'm particularly interested in how to get as many as possible in our community, especially those that maybe older people or not even older people, just anybody that isn't comfortable going online or doesn't know how to text, et cetera. I think this is the time to really pay attention to having a big plan in mind for the future, because I imagine that something like this will happen in the future. So it's just putting that out there as a reminder for us.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that, Tara. And so just one last thought. Nuri, I really appreciated hearing that we're already working on housing options and how we can be creative in terms of loosening regulations in the short term. Now, I'll just throw one more into the mix. I heard anecdotally about a family that's interested in renting, but their house doesn't comply with the Smart Regs energy code requirements, which have a lot of great things in regular times. It might be something that we could waive for a year or two to get another family into housing. So just add that to the possibility list.
I will do that, Aaron. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, seeing no one else, just once again, just an enormous thank you to everyone involved at the city and the neighboring communities. As we've said, it's just been incredibly inspiring to see everyone come together to help those who've been affected by the fire. And we'll keep at it and then do some lessons learned here in a few months as people ask for. Okay, I think that's it on that one. Thanks again, everybody. And I believe it's time to move to open comment. Is that right, Alicia? Okay,
It's
great.
correct, sir.
Good. So if we can just get the rules, Ryan, if you can let people know what those are for public testimony.
Thank you. As we begin open comment here, thank you for making the time to be here to share your perspective. We want to share a few guidelines that we have created with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. On the next slide, please, Emily. And we want to share a few examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision that will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech or behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct this meeting are prohibited. And currently only audio testimony is permitted online. And so with that, we can take down these slides, please, and move to our first speaker.
Thanks for that, Ryan. So I've got the first three speakers, and by the way, folks, everyone gets 2 minutes to speak. The first three speakers are Sam Becker, Mike Homner, and Lynn Siegel.
All right, you there?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, council and staff. My name is Sam Becker, and I'm here to share a story. On Christmas Eve, my friend was ticketed for violating Boulder's camping and tent bans. Early on the morning before, on the 23rd, multiple officers surrounded their camp, brandishing weapons. Their crime? Violating the city's camping and tent bans. Before the officers left, one told my friend that they should leave for Longmont or Louisville, really anywhere besides Boulder. 5 years ago, my friend lost their house to a natural disaster in a western state, much like the thousands of folks who just lost their houses to the Marshall Fire. They spent 3 years living at a homeless shelter. Each passing month, they were told that they would get housing, but they never did. My friend moved to Boulder in search of a new beginning. At first, they felt stable, but now they're being ticketed or swept daily. They tell me that the regime of criminalization that Boulder has constructed is pushing them further and further away from services into sparsely populated areas, like the one where Jessica Aldama, who was ticketed at 8 months pregnant, was found dead with her stillborn baby. When my friend first arrived in Boulder, they tried to stay at the shelter, but they were told they couldn't stay there unless they boarded their dogs at the Humane Society, dogs that have provided them with key emotional support and companionship over the last few years. Fire prevention specialists speak about the need to harden buildings against flames, everything from removing vegetation too close to homes to replacing wooden roofs with clay or tile. In Boulder, it seems that some parts have already hardened, an ominous sign for the Marshall fire survivors and our neighbors who are already homeless. Tonight, Boulder City Council has an opportunity to begin establishing low barrier services that meet people where they're at in the form of an emergency overflow shelter. Tonight, Boulder City Council has an opportunity to place a moratorium on issuing tickets to those violating the city's camping and tent ban. Tonight, Boulder City Council can choose resilience over the maintenance of a status quo that everyone agrees is broken. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, Mike Homner, Lynn Siegel, and David Ensign.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Mike Homner. I haven't been to a city council meeting in a while. For those who know me, I'm back. And for those that don't, I'm a former member of the board of BOHO, the Emergency Shelter for the Homeless. I was a member of the working group for the coordinated entry. And by the way, are they using coordinated entry over at the center, the disaster center, or are they using some other software? Also, I traveled with the city to Portland, Oregon and Eugene, Oregon to look at their homeless solutions. I've been away because I've built an app for the homeless, upswing.org, and I'm back now. The reason why I'm speaking tonight is I represent a large group of people that are concerned that we're seeing all this help given to the Marshall fire victims, and rightfully so. But we don't hear anything about what we're going to do for the homeless that were homeless prior to this. We're concerned, and as being a member of the board of BOHO, a group of us have put together a plan to put up an emergency shelter every night and a day shelter. We think that it's needed, and we think that also anything that's being done in the effort to help the fire victims, nothing less should be done for those that are on the street. We need action now, and I need for you folks to really think and consider when you're looking at item 8 about opening up at 2691 30th Street, the prior emergency shelter. And I know Housing and Human Services has their hands full. We're more than willing to step in and do what's right. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Got Lynn Siegel, David Ensign, and Rebecca Davies.
If my audio is at all in any way not crystal clear, I want you to interrupt me immediately.
You're coming through great, Lynn.
Thanks. This fire, at the risk of stating the obvious, I hate stating the risk of the obvious, but this fire has demonstrated a huge mistake we made. I believe it was November of 20 on the Excel agreement. We're obligated to them now, and their climate change, like these winds that happen, is not to the degree or the level that the city of Boulder will do. And we need to get out of this franchise. We didn't even need this franchise. We get our electricity anyway. We got our electricity from Excel for 10 years for $2 or $3 a month. We wouldn't be paying $1 billion that we paid for this fire. So let's get the heck out And let's be leaders, real leaders here on climate change in this community. That fire could have bridged 93 into the open space. The flames were 100 feet high. Those winds were rude. My chain got broken. I had to be out that day. I'm not vaccinated, so I don't leave my house at all, hardly. By the way, it's 61 degrees. It's balmy in my house now. I turned it up from 54 just for this council meeting. But my bike got messed up. I had to walk it because I had my dentist appointment. And it took me from 10:30 in the morning till 6 to get home. And this kind of unacceptable winds are directly contributed by our connection with Xcel Energy. We need to get out in 23, 25, whenever, as soon as we can. It's moderation is delusional, and we made the big mistake that year. Now, I wanted to quickly bring up another thing, but 2 minutes. And
yeah, sorry, Lynn, your time is up.
There's only 6.
Thank you. Now, David Ensign, Rebecca Davies, and Patrick Murphy.
Sorry about that. Good evening, council members. I first just want to say thank you for your service during difficult times. I know it's been a really hard week, and I appreciate you continuing to lead on issues important to Boulder. I'm on the city planning board, but tonight I'm speaking to you as an individual. I signed up to speak on item 6A, which has been moved, so I'll go ahead and just do that since I'm here a week in advance. Hopefully it's timely. I'd like to give you a brief perspective as someone who's been working with the Community Connectors program. I was fortunate enough to get involved in the Emergency Response Connector, or ERC initiative, as a volunteer for almost 2 years now, after the city mobilized Boulder residents citywide to help their neighbors address the COVID crisis. Under the leadership of Brenda Rittenauer and Ryan Henshin, I've been able to participate in weekly meetings where we all strategize for the best ways to keep our community safe and healthy. ERC team members, including both volunteers and connectors and residents, have been critical in helping get the best information out to neighbors, connecting neighbors with resources, and addressing special needs. One of the things I really enjoy about being on planning board is listening to the viewpoints of people in Boulder on all manner of issues. But I've been aware that the voices that we hear from most frequently may not be representative of all the people in Boulder. There are many barriers to members of our underrepresented communities for getting their voices heard in our traditional boards, commissions, and council meetings. Being involved with ERC has been inspiring and gratifying. I've been able to listen to invaluable perspectives and witness powerful leadership from people across diverse neighborhoods and demographics. ERC members have worked tirelessly to address the threat of COVID on behalf of their community members. As I scanned through attachment C in your packet for tonight, I was struck by the scope of the topics that the connectors and residents have been tackling. I think this model has tremendous potential in amplifying the voices of underserved residents, and I hope council will not only continue to support this program, but that you will also look for ways to expand its influence. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now we have Rebecca Davies, Patrick Murphy, and Jake Brady.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Davies. I historically have shown up at city council meetings to discuss occupancy limit reform. However, tonight I am here to urge the council to ensure everyone has access to emergency shelter in Boulder this winter. From trying to learn more about homelessness in Boulder, I have discovered there is quite a bit of confusion around what need exists, what resources are available, and who can realistically access these resources at any given time. I'm not sure how anyone who is currently unhoused could possibly know what's available to them with all of the changing rules year to year. However, it is clear that there is a need that is not being met. Boulder Reporting Lab recently counted 8 people denied space in the Boulder shelter on one night. When paired with Boulder's camping ban, that means it's effectively illegal to be homeless in Boulder. Anyone can become homeless, as the Marshall Fire has tragically illustrated. We all know housing scarcity is only getting worse in Boulder over time. And while some solutions will take time to develop, I strongly urge the council to take immediate action to identify space for an emergency overflow shelter, which could potentially also serve as a day shelter and navigation center. And until such a shelter is in place, council should enact a moratorium on the camping and tent bans. When people are unable to access shelter, we should not be ticketing them for living outdoors. Really, where else are they supposed to live? And lastly, 10 degrees is extremely cold. In your considerations for emergency sheltering, please reconsider what constitutes unreasonably cold weather. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Jake Brady, and Hope Mickelson.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. This presentation is about using the Boulder occupation tax, a carbon tax, in an equitable way. My last presentation proved that it is a carbon tax and that over time, Boulder has collected over $88.2 million in carbon taxes, and more than half of that was never used for real carbon reduction. Slide 2. What could we do with the $4 million collected each year that is not used for carbon reduction? Let's start with wind source incentives. A friend of mine uses about 200 kilowatt hours a month and pays $3 for 100% wind, and he gets the REX credit, not Excel. He doesn't have to pay the cap tax, which would have been about $1, so the net cost to be 100% renewables is $24 for the whole year. Slide 3. With a 75% incentive, the average household incentive would be $65 a year. $1 million would provide 15,400 homes with 100% wind for a year. To provide this to every household in Boulder would cost $2.7 million. The user cost would be $21.60 a year. Every business could be 100% renewables with a 50% incentive, and it would cost $1.3 million, and it would cost the average business about $173 a year. So what could we do with that $4 million in carbon taxes that are not used for carbon reduction? We could have every home and business in Boulder with 100% renewables today. Slide 4. All these costs could be reduced by 30% since Excel is already about 30% renewables. All costs would reduce to zero over time. Slide 5. The planet burns, floods, and dies, while Boulder fiddles with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Jake Brady, Hope Mickelson, and Anna Kurtz.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. We are facing many crises today. Climate change is ravaging our communities, fires rage in nearby towns, and on a given night, we have upwards of hundreds of people sleeping on the streets of Boulder. Dozens have been turned away this winter. Shelter capacity has been cut in nearly in half over the past year. No one should be forced to trek miles through the cold only to be told after hours of waiting that the shelter is at capacity or that they forgot to fill out a questionnaire. What I want to impress upon you is that this is a choice that we have made as a community and that you have made as a political body. If the terrible tragedy of the past few days has shown us anything, it is that the swift and effective compassion demonstrated during times like these should give us confidence that we are capable of addressing the immediate needs of all of our neighbors who experience homelessness, regardless of the circumstances that led to it. In fact, it was laid bare that there are really no excuses. We can do better. I ask that you do everything you can to increase staffing levels, create an emergency overflow shelter, and enact a moratorium on the camping and tent bans, at least at a minimum until there are adequate beds for our unhoused neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jake. Next, Hope Mickelson, Anna Kurtz, and Sean Scanlon.
Hi, my name is Hope Michelson, and first I want to thank you for your dedication and commitment to serve our community. I I live on the Hill, and I'm concerned about the health and safety of Hill residents and Boulder in general. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to support the Hill Revitalization Working Group and prioritize your Hill in the 2022 plan. I have been particularly alarmed by the rash and criminal negligent behavior of some of the students living in our community. I'm a professor and I work closely with many undergraduates. Most of them are respectful and responsible, and I truly love spending time with them and helping them transition into adulthood. Some of them struggle with this transition, however, and in the process do harm to themselves, others, public and private property, and the greater community, as we saw last year during the riot. Over the past few nights, there have been many very large fireworks detonated on the Hill. These are the kind of large professional fireworks that generate displays of flaming material that fly over the house and trees in the neighborhood. Seriously, I'm a combustion scientist and it scares me. We have seen this type of dangerous and malicious behavior all year. We frequently hear fireworks throughout the night, multiple nights a week. The fireworks this past week were detonated about midnight. We are in the middle of a drought and still reeling from the devastation of the Marshall Fire, and there continue to be residents in our neighborhood who are sending sparks flying over our heads. For the health, safety, and well-being of our community, please support the Hill Revitalization Working Group and prioritize the Hill in your 2022 work plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hope. Next, we have Anna Kurtz, Sean Scanlon, and Jacob Walker.
Good evening. My name is Annie Kurtz, and I'm an attorney at the ACLU of Colorado. As council knows, the ACLU has repeatedly warned the city of Boulder that BPD's enforcement of the so-called camping ban against unhoused residents who cannot access indoor shelter violates the Constitution. The legal principle here is as straightforward as the moral one. It is intolerably cruel to treat people like criminals for sleeping outdoors when they have no meaningful alternative. Winter is here, and this is urgent. Your own data shows that night after night, as temperatures have plummeted, Boulder has been running out of shelter space. You know that people are being turned away onto your streets in the bitter cold and snow. In these conditions, to make it a crime for them to use a tent or even a sleeping bag is to actively, knowingly, and unconstitutionally endanger their lives. That's why we urge BPD to stop enforcing the camping and tent bans at least through winter. We understand from the city attorney's disappointing response that BPD intends to keep enforcing these dangerous and inhumane ordinances until a court orders it to stop. I'm here tonight because this council has the same power and responsibility as a court to direct the Boulder Police Department to follow the Constitution. I'm here tonight to call on you to protect your unhoused constituents by directing BPD to refrain from winter enforcement of BRC sections 5, 6, 10, and 8 through 21. I'll leave you with one parting thought. When the shelter turns people away, it offers them a wool blanket, the bare minimum to protect them from the Colorado cold. Your laws make using that blanket a crime. You can change that. I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next, we have Sean Scanlon, Jacob Walker, and Ray Bamba.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. I'm Sean Scanlon. I'm here tonight to talk about balancing the competing interests of commercial developers, local communities, and protected classes of people, and effectively managing drug rehabilitation tourism in Boulder. Next slide, please. Since Boulder has now joined the ranks of other cities in the US that are located in attractive surroundings where a successful tourist trade is intersecting with an expansion in drug rehabilitation services to produce financially lucrative opportunities in the drug rehabilitation tourism industry, it might also be timely for Boulder City Council to consider following the example of similar cities like Delray Beach and Boynton Beach in Florida, who 5 years ago passed socially progressive ordinances that balance the needs of the populations of visitors that the drug rehab tourism industry serves against the consequent socioeconomic costs imposed on the cities that support these business enterprises. Next slide, please. In 2016, the Department of Justice and the Department of Housing and Urban Development of the federal government teamed up to publish a joint memorandum providing new guidelines to city governments on how they can successfully navigate the matrix of federal anti-discrimination laws, to innovate new zoning laws that would allow cities to effectively balance the competing interests of commercial developers, local communities, and protected classes of people. Next slide, please. A year later, in 2017, Delray Beach commissioned and produced an extensive zoning study that statistically analyzed all their available data for distribution throughout the city of localized spikes in drug overdoses and demands on emergency services. And they found that the tipping point for both tears in the social fabric and for extreme overage costs and emergency services was occurring whenever the number of group homes in a locality exceeded one group home per city block. Next slide, please. By aligning the data from their 2017 zoning study with the new guidelines from the Departments of Justice and of Housing, Delray Beach was able later in 2017 to successfully innovate a progressive zoning ordinance.
So Sean, I apologize, but your time is up, but we welcome you to send your presentation to us at council@bouldercolorado.gov.
Very good. I've already sent that slide so they could get hold of that.
Very good. Thank you so much. All right, next we have Jacob Walker, Ray Bamba, and Evan Ravitz.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for your service to our community. I'm here to discuss our houseless community members. Being able to afford housing proves to be increasingly difficult when rental prices exponentially grow and wages do not. Based on the affordability model for income spending, housing should be limited to 30% of spending. Thus, if a full-time worker makes $17 per hour, they should only spend $820 per month. According to rentdata.org, the average rental price for a one-bed, one-bath in Boulder is around $1,500 per month. That's 55% of full-time workers' income prior to taxes. Across rental platforms, there are currently less than 10 available units with a $900 per month rent. If you raise wages, if you raise wages but continue to let property owners and landlords gouge workers with high rental prices, then nothing substantial will change. Therefore, our most pragmatic and efficient solution is creating more affordable housing combined with a livable wage. Criminalization, while beneficial to the already bloated police budget will only further hinder our houseless community members from accessing stable housing conditions. Targeting them with criminalization will strip them of any income they have managed to save in pursuit of securing housing, not to mention the potential loss of any job they might have had. In contrast to criminalization, the city of Oakland has begun building tiny houses for their houseless community members and producing fantastic results. In the 2019-2020 fiscal year, 880 people moved from houselessness to permanent housing conditions. The successful transition rate is currently at 53% who have maintained permanent housing after cycling through this 6-month program. There are alternatives to inhumane criminalization. We need to ensure that moratoriums on the camping and tent bans are indefinite. Deliver aid, not harm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob. Next, we have Ray Bamba, Evan Ravitz, and Daniel Glazer.
Hello, my name is Ray Bomba and I live on 13th Street in Boulder. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I would like to encourage the city to prioritize addressing problems on the University Hill neighborhood in this year's work plan. In addition to the recommendations from the Hill Revitalization Working Group, I encourage the city to pay attention to 3 aspects of the neighborhoods near the campus that do not normally receive much attention. Firstly, as Boulder strives to improve equity citywide, we need to understand that the way students are housed in Boulder neighborhoods is inherently inequitable. As the situation exists today, the wealthiest students pay a premium for the opportunity to live the closest to campus, while the least advantaged live the furthest away. This disparate access to education is the definition of inequity. I encourage the city to explore all the legal means available to it to control the allowable rents that students can be charged so that the system no longer pits student against student in the open market and escalates rental costs for everyone. Secondly, I encourage the city to assess the impact that this ever-growing off-campus student population is having on Boulder's climate footprint. As students consume a larger proportion of Boulder's housing, they are driving more of Boulder's workforce out of Boulder and forcing them to commute back in. This is obviously disadvantaged situation. Housing students on campus is the obvious solution to this problem, and the city needs to use all the levers available to it to encourage CU and the state to do the right thing and build efficient on-campus housing as soon as possible. And lastly, we need to assess the financial burden that student housing in our neighborhoods is placing on the city, and in particular, that housing on the Hill. We believe that a report on these costs will be eye-opening for many Boulder residents, and this information could help guide city policies so that the responsible parties are shouldering the true burden of these costs, and we can allow the city to use its budget in better ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Red. Next, we have Evan Ravitz, Daniel Glazer, and Neshama Abraham.
Good evening. Let me summarize about homelessness. First, do no harm. Now, regarding the fires, the future, and what to do. Recognize that mostly we were born and raised to suck the planet dry. One example, consensus is that our taxes subsidize gasoline about $6 a gallon to pay for oil wars and military bases to keep the sucking going. Consensus says there are also $20 of hidden environmental costs for each gallon of gas we burn. I multiplied that $26 a gallon subsidy by the 300 gallons we each burn per year on average, times 60 years of driving. Every American who drives gets a $500,000 subsidy just for driving. Everything we buy is also made with subsidized fuel and transported with subsidized fuel. Imagine the subsidy just to Amazon with its fleets of jets and trucks and warehouses. In our personal lives, driving does the most to drive the economy and drive the sixth extinction. So, number one, we suck. Number two, the most significant thing we can do daily to suck less is to drive less. The new and hugely popular alternative is electric bikes. They use 10 or more times less energy than electric cars and up to 100 times less energy than regular cars. And they use 7 or more times less space, which is critical in crowded Boulder. Boulder has huge biking potential, being compact, young, and healthy, with far better weather than Copenhagen, where 62% commute by bike. Electric bikes flatten our hills. We should do everything to encourage them. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next, we have Daniel Glazer, Neshama Abraham, and Pete Cutter.
Hi, Dan Glazer, 210 Arapahoe Avenue. I first wanted to say thanks to the great fire response by the city and others. I would like you to now consider immediate reforms of the Boulder Affordable Housing Program. I bought an affordable home so I could stay car-free and run my business with local employees and leading environmental technology that has received major R&D grants from the National Science Foundation and Department of Energy. This is a terrible mistake. Currently, this quote homeowner program invented for quote inclusion for people with less income than average is de facto making us permanent financial losers. In addition, the city administrators are not living up to the city's own standards for providing us habitable, code-compliant housing. There's no practical way for us to gain access to market rate housing now. The condos next to me cost 20 times more, and the gap is rapidly widening. Working 6-day weeks for many years has not gotten the financial return that a homeowner outside the program reaps even without ever working. This is terribly regressive. Code enforcement is also troublesome. Although I was told by the city my home was fully inspected, it was not habitable when I moved in. For many weeks, I had to use a public restroom in a nearby park, which was locked at night. I also spent thousands of dollars renovating substandard construction, never provided or compensated for a required storage area and other elements that are also still problematic. Director Kurt Fernheimer provided false minimum code dimensions to a code that he wrote to justify why I was not allowed to be reimbursed or entitled to a storage area. Fernheimer also wrote Rachel Friends that what was built was what the city approved, but it was not. When I challenged his ruling, Fernheimer said a court of his subordinates sided with him without letting them hear any input from me. In appeal, Assistant Manager Chris Metchuk talked with Fernheimer, not with me, and ruled against me on an issue I didn't even ask him to rule upon, went against code and common sense. Multi-year city mediation hasn't worked. There are other ongoing issues. In summary, if the city is sincere about inclusiveness, the financial models needs to be reworked so that our ownership gets some fair share of record-breaking housing prices, and administrators should be held accountable. And we're underrepresented. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Next, Neshama Abraham and Pete Cutter.
Hello, City Council members. Good evening. Thank you for your service to our community. I'm Neshama Abraham, and I've lived here about 25 years. And I've heard remarkable comments about how we have responded to the fires. Things like, I'm in awe of how our staff has jumped to help our neighbors. It makes me proud to live in a community to help those who are in need. I can't imagine a better response. I'm inspired. We have a lot to be proud of. All of those are true. And we can do the very same thing for our unhoused residents, because the emergency response that we provided to them, that is what an unhoused person is living with day in and day out. So I know we can do it. And a group of us have gotten together and have found a building that will work. So that is the building that Mike Homner recommended or referenced, 2691 30th Street. That building, it works from a number of standpoints. It's close to transportation on 30th Street, it's across from the Steel Yards. It is not too big, but it's big enough. It would house about at least 100 people during the day, warming shelter, 60 to 80 at night. The idea is to make it a full 24-hour center where people can come and get the kind of support that they need to get out of helplessness. Mental health, addiction counseling, veterans administration, RN, etc. This is our opportunity to put something in place that has been used for this purpose before. It doesn't need to be rezoned. The homeless know where it is. It's already got the vibe of being a safe and welcoming and loving place. And that is what a yes you all could do tonight, to give staff that go ahead. Because once we start to move, you know how it is. It's like, look at the emergency response. Once we know where action is needed, we will take it because we are good people.
Hey, Neshama, I apologize, your time is up. Thanks so much, Neshama. Final speaker is Pete Cutter.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if what I'm going to say follows these slides directly, but I'll dig in. My name is Pete Cutter, and I live at 1925 22nd Street in Boulder. And thanks for the opportunity to comment tonight. I first want to just express my empathy with the neighbors who have been impacted by these recent extreme wind and fire events. It's just incredibly shocking, and I applaud the efforts that we discussed earlier. On a different note, during recent efforts to participate in and inform the work of various City of Boulder bodies, it has come to the attention of myself and other citizens that there is a fundamental contradiction in the Boulder Revised Municipal Code that is preventing members of the public from participating in public hearings as envisioned by the code. Specifically, and I quote from the BRC section 135 part H, each party to a quasi-judicial hearing has the right to present their case, 2, submit rebuttal evidence, 3, conduct cross-examination, 4, make objections to evidentiary offers, and 5, have objections noted to the record. And parties to a hearing here are defined as, by the code, as any interested person who requests a hearing, appears at a hearing, or submits written entry of appearance at or before a hearing. In other words, citizens who register and participate in any such hearing are considered parties. However, the practices and procedures used for these hearings by both the Landmark Board and the City Council, and in the case of the City Council, these are specified in the code itself, limit members of the public's comments to 3 minutes with no subsequent provision for exercising any of the rights I mentioned earlier, except for a very short window to present their initial inputs. I call on the City Council to ensure these contradictions are addressed with revisions to the code that protect and facilitate these important rights of citizen participant parties to hearings. Only in this way can this and other city bodies be assured that their findings that these hearings are all about.
Pete, I'm sorry, but your time is up, but I welcome you to send the rest of your presentation to us through email. Thank you very much. And with that, open comment is over. So I believe we are moving to consent agenda. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. We need to get responses. I'm being too quick. So Nicole has her hand up for starters.
I just had one quick comment that I wanted to make in response to Mr. Bomba's comment. I just wanted to remind everybody that a lot of students are also our workers. And if you look at the numbers at CU, the percentage of students who are having to live outside of Boulder is actually growing as well. I totally understand that we have more here in Boulder as well, but I just wanted to point out that many of our workforce are also students, just to draw that connection there. So they're also being pushed out. Thank you. And thank you for your comments. And Dr. Mickelson, thank you also for just, recognizing that students are a very diverse group.
Thanks, Nicole. And Nuri or Teresa, do you have any? Well, first we got Rachel. No.
I think I might technically be after Nuri and Teresa, but since I've unmuted, I wanted to say that one person commented on Excel in relation to the fire. And I know that Excel gets such a hot and cold reception, I guess, in this community. And I wanted to say thank you to anybody from Excel who's listening. I think that they did outstanding work in responding to the fire, and ongoing, it's continuing. And then a question for staff, maybe Kurt. So, one of the commenters mentioned a 30th Street building for possible sort of severe weather shelter and day shelter. I just wondered if you happen to know if that is actually an available space.
Thank you, Rachel. And I'll introduce myself again as well. Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. So there was 2 or 3 speakers that mentioned 30th Street. That's a property that I think many will know was used as a shelter for a couple of seasons. That property is directly adjacent to a new fire station, which is being developed. As part of that development, Bluff Street will be going through between the 2 properties. And we're in the process of taking that building down because the intersection or the building that's there will actually be touching the road that will be the future Bluff Street. We're working in coordination to develop that site in the future as affordable housing. That was the intent of the site for the last few years. We've started the process of assessing the environmental impacts necessary to take the building down. And it currently has tenants in the building as well who are using the property. The current owner of the site is intent on having those tenants use the site until the building is taken down in the next few months.
Thanks. That's all the questions I had.
Thanks. Nuri, Teresa, do you have any responses to the open comment?
Yep, I'll just say, and I know we're going to have a conversation about sheltering later on in the evening, so I won't comment on that other than thanking folks for their comments as usual. But I did want to clarify because we've gotten some questions from the Hill revitalization groups and some emails, and just want to point out that we do include that as a work priority on our attachment D in the packet that we had scheduled for today that we'll be talking on 11. We note quality of life and nuisance abatement and talk about the notified work that's moving forward. So I just want to clarify, folks, that we do certainly have that on our radar right now, and hope that the lessons that we're learning there will actually serve us well for the entire community. So thank you.
Thanks, Dad.
Mayor, I don't have anything at this time. I'm happy to address concerns during the hearing for the 1902 Walnut Historic Landmark. I feel like that's the appropriate time.
Very good. Thank you, Teresa. All right, then I think we are ready to move to the consent agenda. Alicia?
All right, sir. Thank you. We will now address item number 3 on tonight's agenda, which is the consent agenda, items A through F.
Right, do we have any comments or questions or a motion? Nicole.
I just had one comment, just directed toward Mr. Lawrence. And I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry that you went through this, and I'm very glad we were able to resolve this issue to your satisfaction.
Thanks for that, Nicole. Rachel, is that a current hand?
It's a crossover, I guess. I will echo Councilmember Spears' comments to Mr. Lawrence, and I hope that the settlement brings him some peace. And I will move to pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second, and I believe this is a roll call vote. Is that right, Alicia?
That is correct, sir. And we will start that roll call vote with Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Why don't we come back to Junie?
Councilmember Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
And Councilmember Joseph.
I just text her and see if she may just be incommunicado for a moment. Well, would we just call that an 8-0 vote, Alicia?
Yes, we can, sir. We can approve the consent agenda with an 8-0 vote, or 8-1, or 8-0. I'm sorry, because Councilmember Joseph did not vote. 8-0.
Okay. Thank you. And now I believe we have one call-up check-in.
Yes, we do, and it's a rather lengthy one for the record for me to read. So everybody, please bear with me. We have item 4A, which is the call-up consideration for the following items that are related to the redevelopment of a portion of the property located at 1820 15th Street, the main church campus, Great Commons Church, which is formerly known as First Presbyterian Church, along with the redevelopment of property located at 1603 Walnut Street, the annex. Number 1 on tonight's agenda under that heading is the site review application for church property that includes a 3-story addition to the main church campus of approximately 43,854 square feet for recreation space, meeting rooms, and church offices. Also proposed is a new 4-story mixed-use building on the annex property with ground floor cafe and assembly space, a parking garage, and 30 permanently affordable residential units on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and an event space on the 4th floor. Reference case number LUR 2020-00064. Item 2 is the use review application for the use of the 4th story within the planned building at 1603 Walnut Street as an event space, indoor amusement establishment use. Case number LUR 2021-00001. And item number 3 is the use review application for proposed efficiency living unit apartments that are greater than 40% of the residential units. Case number referenced is LUR 2021-00015.
That was a mouthful. All right. And I think we have Elaine McLaughlin here to give us a little presentation.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to share my screen, and if you would let me know if you did not see the screen, and then I'll adjust. So for this evening, brief overview. First of all, for the location, this is downtown at roughly Walnut between 16th and 15th. 1820 15th is the main campus of Grace Commons Church. And then across the street at 1603 Walnut, it's considered the annex property. And so as an overview, we'll briefly go over what Planning Board reviewed and discussed, including the process to date, an understanding of both the built-in planning context, a summary of the proposed project, and then we'll recap the findings from the Planning Board. So the planning process has been thorough. As you can see, in October of 2020, a concept plan was reviewed by Planning Board, and council did not vote to call it up at that time. After the site and use review applications were filed last year, Landmarks Board approved a demolition of a later 1950s addition. The Design Advisory Board reviewed plans in a lengthy 7-hour meeting earlier in that year, and that was followed by a good neighbor meeting in March last year. Landmarks DRC afterwards reviewed a small interstitial space between the new addition of the main campus and the historic chapel, and then an LAC was issued, a landmarks alteration certificate was issued. And then last month, of course, Planning Board held a public hearing. There were 18 members of the public that spoke, and all but one indicated support for the applications, with some of the speakers noting some lingering concerns about the event space and potential noise. Planning Board deliberated on the 3 applications and voted unanimously to approve all 3, and then that brings us to this evening. So just a brief overview of some of the context, because it's actually a pretty interesting story. It's important to understand that the church has been occupying the main campus site for about 150 years, and there were various additions built over time in the 50s, the 70s, the 90s. The most prominent building element, of course, is that iconic 1895 chapel at the corner of 16th and Walnut. Across the street, about 35 years ago, the church acquired the property at 1603 Walnut as the annex, and that since that time has hosted youth and college ministry programs, as well as the Deacon's Closet, and that provides clothing and necessities to members of the homeless community on a weekly basis. And the annex also hosted Thanksgiving meals over the past 35 years to well over 300 members of the homeless community. It's also important to understand the eclectic built context that owes to the period of time over which downtown's been developed and redeveloped. And that primarily includes larger buildings, and it fits into the context of the downtown, as we'll go over. For the planning context, the comprehensive plan has for decades identified the downtown as one of those 3 regional centers that we've looked at in recent times, defined as generally places with potential for infill and redevelopment that are higher intensity compared to established residential neighborhoods. And the comp plan further identifies the importance of this central area where these sites are, noting that it'll remain a primary activity center of the Boulder Valley. Also important contextually is the infrastructure that's in place for alternative modes of transportation, and that's particularly critical to the proposal tonight. And that includes bus, bike, and car share with more than two dozen bus stops within a half-mile to quarter-mile radius. That downtown Boulder regional bus station is just 2 blocks to the west. And there's a number of bike and car share facilities. And it's, of course, as we know, a highly walkable and bikeable context. So both the comp plan and the zoning identify the site as being in the highest intensity categories, with the comp plan noting regional business, zoning DT5, the highest intensity downtown district. And it is recognized as an area that has the greatest potential for new development and redevelopment within the downtown. Redevelopment on both sites also is guided by the downtown urban design guidelines for the non-historic area of the downtown that's shown in orange. And that's where the urban design objectives are to reinforce the downtown pedestrian character with sensitive design that's abutting residential neighborhoods. and has also shown a portion of the historic church, and later additions are within that Chamberlain Historic District. That's a local historic district and includes areas to the east. And again, because of this small interstitial space between the new and the old, it did necessitate that landmarks alteration certificate. So the proposed project is twofold. On the main church campus, there's about 49,000 square feet of an addition that's planned, and on the smaller site of the annex, about 31,000 square feet is planned as a mixed-use building to replace that existing annex building. When we focus in a bit on the main campus addition, it's planned to be 2 to 3 stories in height, up to 48 feet, and includes a ground floor corner basketball court. There's classrooms proposed on the second floor, and then campus ministry offices on the 3rd story, along with a roof deck. The annex site is planned at 53 feet in height and 4 stories, the basement level. On this site's planned to house the deacon's closet still, and there's a ground floor corner cafe along with the Mercy Ministries dining room for meals for the homeless, a kitchen that serves both that cafe and the dining room. There's also an internal parking garage on that ground level. The 2nd and 3rd stories are where there's 30 permanently affordable residential units planned, and 18 of the units are planned as efficiency living units that are defined in the code as up to 475 square feet. The 4th stories planned as a rentable event space along with an amenity deck for residents. Key issues that were discussed by the planning board included consistency of the plans with the site review criteria. The use review criteria was used to evaluate the consistency of the event space, as well as greater than 40% of efficiency living units on the site. And then the planning board also discussed the consistency with the downtown urban design guidelines. So among the site review findings for key issue 1, the board found that the proposed project is consistent with the regional business land use of the comp plan, and that it addresses a number of BBCP policies, from jobs housing balance to affordable housing, as well as those that are related to the role of the central area and the need for a mix of uses in that context. Planning board also found that the building design criteria was met with the height, mass, and configuration plan for both buildings compatible in that surrounding context. For key issue 2, the planning board found the proposed event space use is consistent with the use review criteria, in that the location of the event space is in an area of downtown, as we noted, zoned for higher intensity uses and those that are of a regional draw. And in addition, the applicant prepared a detailed management plan that identified operating characteristics of the event space. And it was also noted that the design of the event space was designed with a building element that buffered the adjacent residential building from the space. And so the board found that it meets the criteria. The board also found an increased number of efficiency living units greater than 40% are not only compatible in the context, but also addressed policies related to affordable housing and a mixture of housing types. So then finally, for key issue 4, the board found that the buildings are consistent with the downtown urban design guidelines for the non-historic area, given the use of the traditional facade elements and pedestrian scale transparency at the ground floor, as well as upper story window patterns that ensure compatibility in the downtown context. And so therefore the board unanimously approved the site and use review applications. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks for that, Elaine. And so Council, happy to entertain your questions. And just a reminder, this is a site review call-up. So unlike at the concept plans, there's not really an opportunity to give comments. We can either call up the project or not, but it's a little more binary than with the concept plans. So with that said, any questions or desire to call this up? Okay, well, not seeing any. Thank you so much, Elaine. And we will let this one go. And I'll just make a note, the additional affordable housing is very welcome, and happy to see the continued services for folks experiencing homeless on that site as well. So best of luck with the rest of the project process.
Great, thank you.
All right, so Alicia, I think we can move into our public hearing, our one and only public hearing for the evening.
That is true, sir. Thank you. Tonight's public hearing is item 5A, the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8491, designating the building and a portion of the property at 1902 Walnut Street, City of Boulder, Colorado, also known as the September School, a landmark under Chapter 9-11, Historic Preservation of the BRC 1981, and setting forth related details.
Thanks, Alicia. And before we get into the meat of the presentation, I just want to ask if any council members have had any ex parte communications about the project. And if you have, if you could disclose them, please, and let us know whether you feel like it was anything that kept you from being fair or impartial on the matter. I've got Nicole.
I received a phone voicemail message from one of the folks that I believe is opposed to it. I wasn't able to listen to the entire thing, and it was a while ago. I don't see it influencing my ability to be impartial.
Thanks, Lauren and Rachel.
I also received a phone message from someone in opposition to this, but I don't think it will influence my ability to be impartial.
Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah, voicemail and a number of emails, but again, like Councilmember Folkerts and Spear, do not think it will influence my decision-making capacity.
Thanks, Mark.
I have actually met a couple of the opponents of this project, and I do not think that will have any impact on my impartiality.
Thanks. And I will share that I received a phone call from folks who have concerns about the project a few weeks ago. We did talk on the phone for a few minutes. It was specifically related to process issues rather than substantive issues about the application. And I do not feel that it impairs my ability to be impartial in the hearing. Tara?
Likewise with the others, I received emails and it will not influence my decision.
Great, thanks so much. All right, and then I'm going to just ask the applicant if they have any objections to any of the council members who've shared these. Oh wait, we got one more before I do that, Matt.
I similarly received communications but never responded to any of them, so I don't feel it impacts my position on this.
Thank you. So again, if asking the applicant if they have any objections to any of the council members who've revealed these ex parte communications participating in the hearing.
I don't, and I appreciate you letting me know.
Very good. Thank you for that. And before we go into the presentation, Teresa, do you want to say anything else about the process we'll be following with the quasi-judicial hearing?
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that, Mayor. So when called on to make it, I apologize, I have a cat who is sitting on all my notes. When called upon to make a quasi-judicial determination, this council sits in the place of the judge. And what that means is that the council applies the facts presented during the hearing, so limited to those items on the record and in the hearing, to a set of criteria. For this review, specifically, use is not one of the criteria I would point out, and so that's important for you to notice. I would also note that a party is an interested person. To be an interested person under our code, you are recognized as such in the code. In the Historic Preservation Code, interested parties are property owners. So the property owner who has the home or the structure that's up for designation, or in the event of a historic district, all of the property owners within the district. Members of the public are provided notice and given an opportunity to speak during public hearing. They are not, however, parties to the action or parties to the matter. And so what that means is that members of the public do not have a right of rebuttal under our code. Instead, it is only parties. And so that would be the applicant in this situation. I'm happy to entertain any questions about procedure now or as we go on.
Thanks so much for that, Teresa. Unless there are any particular questions for her, why don't we move on to the staff presentation?
And James, I'll invite you to come forward.
Thank you, Nuria, and thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Happy New Year. I'm pleased to be with you tonight to bring forward this landmark designation. And I don't know if it's necessary for me to now go through the quasi-judicial procedure because I think Teresa talked about it. I guess I'll just say that I'll make a staff presentation and the owner is with us tonight. I don't think he has a presentation, but he may be available to answer questions if the city council has any. And because this is quasi-judicial, there will be opportunity, again, as Teresa said, for the public to comment. So as with landmarks that you've seen in the past, the city council is, in the end, the body that makes the decision to designate a property. And your decision this evening is based upon section 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code, which basically sets out the intent for landmarking historic properties and districts in the city. And as with landmarks that you've done in the past, you have the opportunity to, as a body, approve the application or to modify and approve the designation by ordinance, or the opportunity to deny the designation if you think it does not meet the criteria for designating. So just by way of a little bit of background, this application was submitted in May of 2020 and was submitted as a condition, a recommended condition of site review. And staff does this routinely. And this is based upon section 2.27 of the Boulder Revised Code, which sets out that when there is discretionary review, if there are identified historic or cultural resources in that redevelopment area, that they should be protected. And this is typically meant that an application should be filed to landmark the property. So over the many years that the Historic Preservation Program has been in effect, there have been, I would say, over 50 landmarks that have been designated through this process. So subsequent to the application being filed, the planning board reviewed the site review, approved the site review in November of 2020. And what typically happens with these applications is, because there are a lot of approvals that need to be sought, we hold off on the landmark application until the project has gotten the entitlements. And right now, this project, just by way of background, has gone through the tech doc process. And as I understand it, the property owner is in the process of submitting building permits now. So that's why this application is going forward. So on October 6th of last year, the Landmarks Board reviewed the application and unanimously voted to forward this with a recommendation to designate. And so here we are tonight on January 4th, and the opportunity for the public hearing and for you as the City Council to discuss the relative merits of this property. So on the screen we have on the top right, we have a map showing the location of the property, and that is the little shape that it's an odd shaped lot, but that is the shape of the lot at 1902 Walnut Street. And to the right of that is the green area is an identified but not designated historic district. And that is the Whittier Historic District, which never has actually been designated. Immediately to the left of the property in purple is the Chamberlain Historic District, which is a designated local historic district and one of the city's 10 historic districts. And as Elaine was just talking about the Grace Commons project, the church there was originally constructed in 1870, and that is part of that property is located in the Chamberlain Historic District. I don't have it on the screen. And then in the bottom view, we have an aerial showing the location of the building. And this just gives you all a little bit of context in terms of what's going on in the neighborhood. There are some big buildings, there are some smaller residential, but it is a fairly mixed neighborhood, and originally was a residential neighborhood. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. This is just a view of the property. Again, immediately to the east is a large apartment building, and to the right of the property is a pocket park. So it is a fairly highly visible property, I would say, from Walnut, but also from the pocket park immediately to the west. This is a photograph from 1949 of the house. And this is really the only historic photo we have of 1902, which is surprising given that the house is as prominent as it is, but also that it's as old as it is. And you can see here that the front porch is different, but in most other respects, the house is really pretty intact to now to the way it was in 1949. And I think that upper sleeping porch, I think it was a sleeping porch, was probably constructed sometime later than the house itself, which was constructed, as far as we can tell, in 1874, which puts it among a dozen or so of the very earliest houses in the city of Boulder. And just to give you an idea of the size of Boulder, in 1870, the census recorded 343 people living in Boulder. So by 1874, I'm sure there were still less than 1,000 people. It was a very small town, but this was a pretty grand house. And you can see here from the photographs that it has been mothballed. And since the September school left in 2017, it has been going through the site review process. And I wouldn't say that there's been damage to the house, but any building that's left for months or even years will suffer some deterioration, and that is true. But you can see boards have been put over the windows. So before I get into the evaluation according to our criteria, I just want to acknowledge some rather awkward language that's in the Landmarks Board memo that is an attachment to your memo. And that language specifically is extracted from a historic context report that we had done in 1988. And I think it reflects some very dated language, quite frankly. And in retrospect, we probably shouldn't have included it in there. I think the language is insensitive to really explaining a complicated history of white settlement in Boulder. So I just wanted to upfront acknowledge that, and that we will be doing a better job in the future And this is, of course, a priority for our community and for the historic preservation program in particular. So on the screen on the left, you can see again the photograph from 1949, but on the bottom left is a map from 1881, which shows the city of Boulder. This what was called East Boulder at the time, which was a pretty fashionable neighborhood. And the house was constructed in 1874. There's a couple of newspaper accounts which record in pretty good detail the houses that went up. And I think because it was a pretty pretentious, it was a large house, it was a house of some note, that it was recorded in the newspaper. So in terms of its historic significance, and we try to evaluate all of the properties that come before you for historic, architectural, and environmental significance. In terms of historic significance, I think it's obviously significant in terms of its date of construction. Primarily, its association with persons or events, in staff's opinion, derives from its association with the September School. The September School was there for nearly 40 years and really represented a cutting-edge alternative educational institution in the city of Boulder. And in terms of development of the community, the house does represent early settlement and early construction in the Italianate style. And as I mentioned before, it is, as far as we know, one of the 12 oldest buildings in the city of Boulder. And finally, it was surveyed by architectural historians in 1988 and found at that time to be eligible for landmark designation, but also individual designation in the National Register of Historic Places. So on the screen are some photographs that just show some of the architectural detailing of the building, which is really quite remarkable given the time that it was constructed. And this house was built right around the time that the railroad came to Boulder. So the brick, no doubt, was fired in Boulder. Some of the architectural elements may have come on the train, but there's no doubt that there was an attempt to impress people with this house. And the beautiful, beautiful brackets that support the wide overhanging eaves, the segmented arches over the windows, which are hand carved out of local sandstone, as well as the windows and the front porch, really make this a remarkable and, quite frankly, a very unusual example of Italianate architecture, which during the 1860s through the 1880s was the most popular mode of architecture in the United States. And it does actually have a stone foundation and sandstone lintels, which are indigenous to the area. And then finally, in terms of environmental significance, as I mentioned before, the prominent location of this building on the Pocket Park, very close to Walnut, makes it a familiar visual landmark on the property. It is not located in the historic district, as we saw earlier, but it is adjacent to one designated and one potential historic district. And so staff does consider, and the Landmarks Board also in their motion found that the building was historically, architecturally, and environmentally significant. Now, I just wanted to mention that through the site review process, once a landmark alteration or a landmark designation application is filed, we treat the building as though it were already landmarked. And so it did go through the design review process. The landmark design review committee of the Landmarks Board that meets weekly reviewed the changes to the building, which are actually quite minor. And if you look at the bottom left, the biggest change that's occurring to this building as part of the redevelopment of the property was the removal of probably a 1950s addition, a second story addition, which architecturally really didn't go with the building. And actually that element of the building was quite deteriorated. So that has been approved. In all other ways, the proposal calls for the rehabilitation of the building to make it usable in the 21st century, as well as bringing it up to current energy efficiency codes, which is, quite doable with a building of this type. So finally, in terms of the landmark boundary and the name for the landmark itself, you can see on the right, the red hatched line delineates the proposed boundary, which isn't as large as the property itself. And in fact, it just really kind of cuts out a buffer around the building. And then you can see the adjacent redevelopment for a residential facility for 52 beds, I believe, and the new construction that would be associated with it. As far as I understand, the historic building will be used as in administrative functions for the redevelopment of this property. And lastly, in terms of the name itself, staff felt that it was most appropriate to give the building the name associated with the September School, which really demonstrated almost 40-year history of learning in the building, and probably the most notable aspect, even though it's the recent past, of history that occurred in that building and significance to the community. So the recommendation is that the building and the landmark piece of that property would be known as the September School property. So with that, I will conclude and leave a motion on the screen for your discussion. And of course, I'm available for any questions if you have any for me.
Thanks very much for that, James. Do we have any questions for James? I am not seeing any. So, oh wait, there's one from Mark.
Is there any schedule for commencement of rehabilitation work for this property? It looks to be in fairly poor shape, and it would be useful not to incur what is called demolition by neglect.
Yes, well, as I mentioned before, as I understand it, the Michael Bosma, who's the owner of the property, is in the process right now of submitting, and I think they have been submitted, building permits. And as part of that, I believe the rehabilitation of the historic house is, but I guess I would defer to Michael to provide any more information about that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you want me to address that?
Yeah, please do.
Great, thanks, guys. Just a couple quick things to address that question.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize, because I just want to be a little more formal about this.
Okay, great.
So I think does council have any more questions for city staff before we move on to the applicant? Okay, not seeing any, then I would then invite the applicant to give any presentation that they're interested in, including addressing Councilmember Wallach's question.
Great. Michael Bosma, 1658 Violet Avenue. Just a couple quick things procedurally. Yes, this has been a long process from start to finish. We all know how long it takes to go through a site review. Once approved at site review, we have completed our tech docs, and directly after that, we submitted building permits. We are currently in our second round of revisions on building permits, and those have been resubmitted. So pending any additional revisions, we should be able to pull a building permit, and construction should begin within the first quarter of the new year here. And James, you did a great job of doing historic background. We look forward to completely restoring this building and bringing it back to all the glory it can be. We think this property is going to be a very prominent, valuable piece to the overall development. And I think it'll also be a great asset, historic asset to the city of Boulder. And I appreciate it. And thanks for hearing us tonight. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, then we can move on to the public hearing. And we have, let's see, we've got 5 people signed up to speak. I have been seeing some talk in the chat about someone pooling. So we'll get to them. The second person, I believe, is pooling with other folks. So we'll get to that with the second person, but we'll start with Peter Cutter and then Sean Scanlon and Lynn Siegel. Oh, and I should say that you get 3 minutes of testimony unless you're pooling with 2 others, in which case you would get 5.
Thanks very much. Given Ms. Tate's comments, a lot of the points that I was going to present here are really not germane at this point. So I'd like to cede my time, if possible, to Sean, who's also on this list, and just maybe take this opportunity to see if another person who we understood would be ceding time, someone is on the list, just to see if he's here.
Do we have Ken Fowler?
We do have Ken Fowler present in the meeting.
Okay. So thank you. So I cede my time. I don't know if it's possible at this point to pool in that way, but I hope that's possible.
I believe, and staff, correct me if I get this wrong, but I believe that you can only pool with 2 other people and get 5 minutes, and that adding another person pooling does not grant additional time. So, Alicia, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so Peter, you're welcome to speak if you would like, or not speak, but that would not take additional time.
Okay. I'm a close neighbor of the property, and I appreciate and fully support the landmarking of the property. Ultimately, there are some signs that I've seen firsthand now that the process of looking into the history and the appropriate naming of the landmark part of the property has been a little bit rushed. There was, after the initial recommendation to your council, the naming, the proposed name was actually changed, and it looked like there was sort of additional research going on after the public hearing of the landmark board, which seems to me to indicate that, that hearing, and especially the ability for the public to respond to the findings of the landmark board should be something that happens with a full insight and research into the questions that are germane to that decision. So all the indications to me are that a new hearing should be conducted by the landmark board that really does reflect the full scope of their research. There seem to be some missing pieces to that, and with an opportunity for the public to respond. And I guess the other point, I think others might elaborate on this, but the the comments that we've heard from the Landmark Board, both in the hearing and in the documentation for this landmark recommendation, have been limited to, is this a worthy historical feature of the community, and have left out some of the other questions that are in the code that the Landmark Board is assigned to take up in their decision. And that, involves housing prices, impacts on housing prices, and a few other things that I think others will mention. But I feel like it would be nice to see the full product of that research as the code specifies, rather than the more cursory comments and documentation that we've seen to date.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. Next, we'll hear from Sean Scanlon, who is pooling with Kenneth Fowler and Catherine Rossi, as I understand it, and therefore is granted 5 minutes of testimony time.
Thank you, folks. Much appreciate you taking the time to listen to all of us this evening. I know you're very busy and tired, and I hope that we can still spend some time on this. Due to insufficient research and consultation with key stakeholders by Landmark's board members, officers, and support staff, the recommendation before council today is incomplete and still awaits completion by that board in a de novo hearing by them on 1902 Walnut Street. Next slide. The name proposed for the building has not yet been properly vetted and is the property of a Boulder institution that is not being consulted for this process. B, the Landmarks Board has failed to complete the analysis required by BRC subsection 911(1)A that would tell them and the council whether the proposed application would enhance property values, stabilize neighborhoods, and promote tourist trade. A, failure of Landmarks Board to properly vet the proposed name for the landmark. The name originally recommended by the board at their October 6th hearing was the Stewart House September School. Sometime thereafter, the board decided that since A.R. Stewart, the original owner, was a Confederate officer in the American Civil War, the phrase Stewart House was deleted from their recommendation. A problem remains, however. September School, the remaining name that the Landmarks Board has put forward for historical designation of 1902 Walnut Street, legally belongs to the previous owner of the building, the September School Educational Institution, from whom the board neither received nor solicited testimony on whether they support or oppose the use of their name. Next slide. By two specific actions, the present owner, Michael Bosma, Rubicon Development, has demonstrated an interest in appropriation of the name September School. One, next slide, please. After 1902 Walnut Street was purchased from the original September School in 2017, I've lost it. In 2017, through a go-between that held the property for a few days, it was transferred to an entity named September School 1 LLC, following William Coburn's submission of request for historical landmark designation. September School has been included in a specific name for designation. Whether, however, the present owner of that name is agreeable to their brand being attached to the upmarket drug rehab tourism trade is unknown. No September School representative offered testimony at the October 6th hearing, and it appears that the board did not consult with the September School about using their name for the official designation. Next slide, please. Although the board does state in its recommendation for 1902 that alternatively, the City Council may modify the landmark name since the name needs to be selected and assigned in accordance with the Landmark Board's guidelines for names of landmark structures and sites and the National Register of Historic Places guidelines for designation, given clear signs that research and consultation regarding an appropriate name has been incomplete and not subject to review in a proper public hearing. It seems better to leave this process to the expertise of the Landmarks Board and the landmark name staff and to return this matter to them for their attention. Most importantly, though, this will provide September School representatives with the opportunity to offer testimony at a de novo Landmarks Board hearing as to their position on this issue of naming 1902 Walnut Street. Next slide, please. B, the failure of the Landmarks Board to complete analysis required by BRC 911(1)A. This part of the code states or asks whether the proposed application will develop and maintain appropriate settings and environments for such buildings, sites, and areas to enhance property values, stabilize neighborhoods, promote tourist trade and interest, and foster knowledge of the city's living heritage. The Landmarks Board recommendation to the Council, however, merely states that the Landmarks Board finds that the proposed designation will maintain an appropriate setting. They focus on the designation, not on the actual application. Next slide, please. The Landmarks Board has therefore overlooked the full scope of the question that they correctly state they're called upon to answer. And as a consequence, we, the public, the council, and the city administration have received an incomplete answer. To satisfy the requirements of the BRC, a full answer is needed. Under the BRC, subsection 911(1)(a), the board is supposed to analyze whether proposed settings and environments for such buildings and so forth will be appropriate to enhance property values and so forth. It follows that any proponent's application for historical designation of the property includes within its scope the question of what the property development will be devoted to. Next slide, please. To be able to predict with any accuracy whether the proposed settings and environments that would accompany this development project will enhance property values, stabilize neighborhoods, and so forth, a social and economic impact analysis should be carried out, either by the Landmarks Board staff or by another section of the city administration, and the results provided to the Landmarks Board and to the City Council to support evaluation. Under BRC subsection 911(1)(a) of the proponent's application, next slide, please. Thus, the important question posed by BRC subsection 911(1)(a) remains. Will the conditions under which this is proposed enhance property values and so forth? Only through a properly and lawfully conducted de novo quasi-judicial hearing by the Landmarks Board can the many issues surrounding an appropriate name for this landmark and the results of a proper and full analysis under BRC subsection 911(1)(a) be resolved by the body empowered to ensure that these issues receive careful consideration and testimonial input by the Landmark Board experts and the public.
Okay, Shauna, your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, then Hillary Griffith, and Kelly Molinet.
Alicia, are you ready?
We can hear you, Lynn.
Then your slides are being pulled up and the timer will not begin until they're up.
Next.
See.
Can you get my image off the screen because I can't read? Wait, let me see. Sure. I got it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Michael Bosma, the developer for 1902 Walnut, started at the 6 October Landmarks Board hearing, stated that he was not responsible for failure to care for the property and that he believed it was the responsibility of September School Educational Institution, even though the developer acquired the property in 2017, and he now has been the owner of the building for the last half decade. When criticized for not taking care of snow removal on the public sidewalks outside his property during multiple winters leading up to and during the November 2019 Good Neighbor meeting on 1902 Walnut, Michael declared then that September School was responsible for the snow removal and not he. Next, please. Sometime after November 2019, Michael Bosma contradicted his previous statement by issuing an apology for not taking care of his investment firm's obligation to care for sidewalk snow removal and promised to do better in the future. But then during the October 6, 2021 Landmarks Board hearing, he repeated his earlier claim that it was September School that was responsible for failing to take care of the snow removal. The snow removal problem still continues today. At 4 p.m. on Sunday, the 2nd of January 22, more than 24 hours after snowfall ceased the previous day, the sidewalk still had not been cleared, as a photograph taken of the time shows. Next. Next. At that October 6, 21 Landmarks Board hearing, photographs of the grounds and building were submitted that display not only a tremendous amount of trash accumulated everywhere, but also prolific colonies of the invasive species Ailanthus altissima, also known as tree of heaven or stink tree, which grows at 3 feet per year and is classified as a noxious weed by the Department of Agriculture and a known threat to structures which it grows adjacent to due to the tendency of its fast-growing roots and far-reaching roots to damage sewer systems and foundations. Next. That's an image of the stink tree. By comparing these recent photos with the 26 photos on page 22 to 34 of the 6 October staff memorandum this year to the Landmarks Board, it was possible for the board members to observe how extensively the property had been allowed to deteriorate. In his testimony, Mr. Bosma responded to the board by doubling down on his attempt to deflect responsibility for care of the 1902 Walnut building, saying the deterioration of the property had occurred on September School's watch and not under his ownership next. This claim, however, is demonstrably false, which can be proven by simply examining the height of distinctly trees.
But thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Hillary Griffith and Kelly Molinet.
Am I on?
You are.
Okay. First, I want to thank council and city manager and the staff for the work that you've been doing this week, because I know that the whole community deeply values that, and this has been challenging times. For those of you who don't know me already, I am a Boulder native. I'm a 5th generation Coloradan. I own a home very close by to this 1902 Walnut, and my entire extended family, including my 2 children, mother, brother, and distant cousins, all own homes in the area. We all live and work nearby. I've been deeply engaged with the city and have served on boards and commissions over the years. I've run large-scale community events that have gathered as many as 30,000 Boulder residents in the past. And for those of you who know me, you may also know that my family has helped preserve and landmark many historic homes throughout the community. So there's nothing I love more than protecting a historic place. I know a lot about Boulder, its history, and what's worked and not worked well in the city. And one thing that has not worked well always is when the community has not been given sufficient time to engage with a proposed landmarking or development project. And I feel this is the case with 1902 Walnut. I'm sure the city would prefer to avoid any potential legal issues. The developer would rather support than angry neighbors. And I'm wondering if the security teams of Governor Polis and State Senator Fenberg, who live approximately 1 block away, have been briefed or offered any input. Have we considered the impact on downtown tourism in the form of short-term rentals that deal often with overflow from downtown hotels? Since I learned of the impending deadline, I reached out of this hearing, I reached out to many neighbors, and their response has been, I haven't heard about this. I've been sick. I haven't had time. I can't take one more thing to worry about. Will this development bring new safety issues? I don't know how to engage with the city about this. Let's not make things more stressful for our community right now. We need more analysis of this proposed project and landmark site and time to help neighbors understand what is planned and ultimately how such a rehab facility will impact the neighborhood. In order to remain a unified and resilient community during highly stressful times, sometimes we need to slow things down. So I urge you to put the brakes on this project and allow the community more time to understand what's going on, engage with the city, engage with the developers, and allow for an effective public process during these unprecedented times. Thank you very much. And thanks also, Sean, for your detailed history there.
Thank you, Hillary. Our last speaker tonight is Kelly Molinet.
Kelly, your mic is open. You'll just need to.
There we go. Sorry. After 2 years of running online school, I should know how to use Zoom. Hi, my name is Kelly Molinet. I am the current head of school at September School in our location on Arapahoe, and I started my tenure at September School in 2016 while we were still in the 1902 building. So I have an interest in this process as a steward of a 50-year-old community institution, and that building is beloved by thousands of alumni. I'm surprised that I hadn't heard about any of this process prior to neighbors reaching out to me recently regarding the landmarking of the building. The reason I know the neighbors in the neighborhood is because the property has been in disrepair, and when they went to the city rolls to look who they could talk to about it, the new owner has a business with our name. And so I get lots of phone calls about snow and ice, about trees falling on people's cars, about trash and people on the property. The current owner has not been a responsible steward of this property. We sold the building, in fact, in September of 2016. And from then until now, the issues that I just detailed have occurred. Alumni have posted pictures of the building on our Facebook page, just bemoaning its disrepair, that it's overgrown, lamenting the condition of the school building. Then I heard that the current owner on several occasions has stated that the poor condition of the property was the responsibility of the September school, and that's a lie. I don't think the current owner has demonstrated the respect and care for the legacy of this building, and instead has used our name and our positive community reputation, both to avoid responsibility for the upkeep of the property and to garner a positive association with the neighborhood. I don't actually have a problem with the proposed use. We are a school of second chances and a school outside of the box, and a school that has saved the lives of thousands of youth in the Boulder community. But I do have a problem with the character and behavior of the owners, and I understand why the neighbors are nervous. As the leader of a relationship-based high school, I do know this in regards to the establishment of a rehab in this location. The care of vulnerable people requires a higher level of care and integrity than the owners have demonstrated toward our beloved former school home. And I do agree that this process warrants a more thorough process than has happened thus far. The community, the neighborhood, the future residents of this facility, and the September school alumni deserve a more thorough process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. And at this point in the process, the applicant has the ability to provide rebuttal to remarks made by the public if they desire. Does the applicant want to offer any rebuttal?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to rebuttal against this. I do apologize if there's confusion with September school. We never, I thought we worked well with you guys on the lease back. We extended your occupancy of the building when the new facility on Arapahoe wasn't available to you guys. The building has been sitting vacant, and it's an all brick building, wood facade. We boarded the windows to protect them. Unfortunately, there's a problem with unhoused activity that has taken place on the property, and we've worked closely with this Boulder City Police to try to mitigate that on a regular basis. We do go through. We have cleaned up the overgrown trees that occurred over the summer. I don't think that a building that I don't have the ability to make changes to, because it's in the process of this historic landmark, and alter the building, should be reflective of how we will be stewards of this building. And I said this before, we assumed a building at 2949 Broadway that was completely uninhabitable. I think now the city is very proud of it, and you can see it, use it as an example of what a rehabilitated historic building does look like. So that's all I have to say about that stuff. And we, like I said, we look forward to this being truly a centerpiece for the city and a historic landmark that the city can be proud of for many, many years. So thanks.
Thanks. Any follow-up questions from council? Mark.
I'd like to hear from the applicant why they can't shovel the snow on their property, which is a hazard to others.
I understand that. And we were cited at one time when I think there was some confusion between the time that the snow, and I never said that if September school, I've never stated that it's been September school's responsibility or anything in regards to their responsibility for the condition of the building. They were occupying the building at the time we were cited. There was confusion on whose responsibility it was to remove the snow. Since then, it's been almost a non-issue. The snow was removed first thing this morning. or yesterday, first thing yesterday morning. And I have pictures to prove it. So it hasn't been an issue. It was an issue at one time.
Okay, thank you.
Nicole and then Rachel.
Is this just questions for the applicant, Aaron, or are these general questions that we can ask of staff as well?
Well, right now is questions for the applicant.
Okay,
And then
I'm gonna take my hand down then. Thank you.
okay. Rachel.
I'm in the same boat. I have more staff questions than applicant.
Okay, well, if we have no more questions for the applicant, then we'll close that part. And so the next bit is to bring it back to the council for discussion. And you can certainly begin that discussion with some additional questions for staff. So if folks would like to go ahead and start with some questions and then we can have a discussion, that's all good. So Nicole and then Rachel.
Thank you. My question, I think this is likely a question for Teresa. And my question is, when thinking about a landmarking decision, are we able to take into account things like property maintenance, planned, whatever is planned for additional development outside of the landmarked area? And sorry, there was one more thing I wrote down. Or planned uses. Is that anything that can go into our decision making with this?
Mayor, council member Spear. In fact, the criteria do not include the proposed use. It does not include the state of the site. You primarily here designating, there is a site that you're designating, but certainly it's primarily the structure. And can you remind me what your third item was?
It was planned use, development. I think it kind of goes in there, right? Whatever is planned for development on that.
That's right.
Relates.
That's right. And so none of those are listed in the criteria for you all to consider in landmark designation.
Okay, thank you for that response. And I think my next question goes to James, which is just to ask, is it typical to do a full analysis of how landmarking a part of a property would increase property values? I apologize. This is my ignorance about the landmarking process. And so I'm just wondering.
No, we don't do an analysis because, quite frankly, we don't really have a mechanism to do that. I think it's sort of more of an aspirational thing, and certainly the designation of historic buildings generally adds to the economic health of the community. I think that's the assumption upon which the Historic Preservation Ordinance, which is nearly 50 years old, was based. And but no, we don't do a formal analysis.
Thank you.
Rachel?
My questions are kind of similar. So first, just to clarify with Teresa, the use of the building is not a question in front of us tonight. Is that accurate? We're just looking at landmarking of that one building.
Yes, Mayor, council member, or Mayor Pro Tem Friend, that's accurate. The use is not before this body.
Okay, thanks. And then second, probably for landmarking staff, for James, if we, a lot of the comments were that people were upset that this building is in disrepair. If we do not landmark, will that help the building come into a better state of repair? Or what happens if we don't landmark?
Well, if the city council chooses not to landmark the building, then the building would be unprotected, and potentially it could deteriorate further. And I don't think it would necessarily be to the benefit of the historic building if it weren't designated, because it wouldn't be protected.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thanks. Okay, I think it's time for a discussion then. Would someone like to start by saying something in favor or against, or comments about the landmarking? There's Mark. All right, get us started.
Just to start us off, I think this building is eminently landmarkable. I am very concerned at its current state. I do have some concerns whether the current owner is going to be a responsible steward of the building in light of the conditions that we've seen recently in some of the past behaviors. But looking simply at the building itself and its age and its position in our culture, I think it's an easy case for landmarking based on the criteria that we use. So I would, although I do have some problems with the manner in which the owner has behaved, I think the building itself ought to be landmarked. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Rachel?
I will second. I believe that it meets the criteria that we're looking at tonight to landmark.
Other comments? Also, someone could make a motion if they so desired.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was seconding Mark's motion. Apparently not. I will make a motion then as.
I'll second your motion.
All right.
Well, just let's, if you could just read the motion language, just so we've got it exact.
Oh, this is a step ahead. Thank you.
And,
Okay, I am making a motion hereby to adopt ordinance 8491, designating the building and a portion of the property at 1902 Walnut Street, City of Boulder, Colorado, also known as the September School, a landmark under Chapter 911, Historic Preservation, BRC 1981, and setting forth related details. So moved.
Second.
Thanks for that. Follow-up comments?
Yes, I do have one question for staff, if I may. If we proceed with this landmarking, do you have the necessary tools to ensure that this building is not does not further deteriorate in the interim between now and the issuance of building permits?
I can try and answer that question. Technically, the building needs to be kept up to the standard at which it is when it's landmarked. So if you were to landmark it today, that would be the minimum maintenance requirement as the condition now. But as has been discussed, there is an application to rehabilitate the building, which would greatly improve the condition of the building.
Thank you.
Great. I'll just go ahead and call on myself, and that we've heard the comments from the people in the public testimony about concerns about the use, the stewardship, and the process that's happened up to now. But you were bound by evaluating whether the landmarking adheres to the criteria in the landmarking code. And this building is one of the 12 oldest in the city with such a long history of association with various families, including a 40-year-long association with the September School. To me, clearly does meet the criteria for landmarking, which is what we're evaluating tonight. So I'll be supporting this designation. Any final comments, or should we go to a vote? All right, Alicia?
All right, so we'll start that vote with Councilmember Joseph.
Yes, President.
Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Aye.
Weiner?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Friend?
Yes.
Sir, ordinance 8491 is adopted unanimously.
Can I just say one quick thing? I will invite you all to, when this building is fully rehabilitated, I think you'll be very pleased with it. And we intend to be great stewards of this precious historic landmark now.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bosma. All right, well, thanks again to everyone who's participated in that process. And with that, we'll close that item. Now, just check in with folks. What do people think about a quick 5-minute break before we finish the rest of the meeting? I'm seeing nods. All right, let's do 5 minutes. We'll come back at 9:12. See you shortly.
Hi, Teresa. It's just us, so I'm saying hi. I mean, the whole world's here, but camera.
Give you some company.
Oh, I need to get something else to drink. I'll be back. Cole, did you get my email?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, let me know if you'd like to chat about it.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I'll reach out to you about that at some point. Love to figure it
Sounds
out.
good. Okay, very good.
And Alicia and
And
Teresa,
thank you, Teresa.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. Is it possible to add Junie's vote in on the consent agenda at this point, or did it have to happen at that time?
It had to happen at that time. According to the record, it was only passed 8-0.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd ask.
No worries, no worries. Unless Teresa knows differently.
No, ma'am, I agree with you.
Does anyone know how much snow we're expecting tomorrow?
I don't think it's much.
2 to 4. So it could be 0 or it could be 18 inches, right?
It's Colorado. It's Colorado, yeah.
I think being a weather forecaster is the greatest job in America.
Yeah, just
you can be wrong every time without consequence.
Yeah, but you can't take Mother Nature out of the picture. You never know what she's feeling like either. So
I think those folks at NOAA do a good job.
yeah, Mother Nature, she has her moments.
Yeah.
I'll say though, living on the West Coast, growing up there, it's so easy to forecast the weather just because there aren't the variables. This is like one of the hardest places in the whole country to forecast weather. So as much as we might give them some gruff, there's a tough spot here in the Front Range.
Yeah, no, I always assume a foot when I hear 4 inches.
Very good. All right, I think we're all back. I counted 9 council members, and so I think we're ready to move on to our next item.
All right, sir. Thank you. Our next item is item number 6 on tonight's agenda, which was removed. And then we will move on to item number 7, which is the matters from the city attorney. 7A is the request for a nod of 5 for staff to develop a comprehensive ordinance regulating firearm and firearm-related issues, broadly relying on model legislation provided by regional partners and national gun restriction advocates. Separate and apart from the request for a nod of 5, staff will be bringing forward an ordinance on February 1st, 2022, to specifically address the city's current assault weapons ordinance to bring it into compliance with the new state statute. Staff seeks guidance on the timing of the comprehensive ordinance.
Teresa, are you going to address this one?
Yes. Just a little bit of introduction, and then I'll turn it back over to you. So in the spring of 2018, in response to the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, the city passed 2 ordinances that in general banned assault weapons, bump stocks, and magazines capable of holding more than 10 rounds, and raised the legal age of purchase from 18 to 21. Suits were filed against the ordinances in both state and federal court. While we were able to obtain a dismissal of the federal challenge, on March 12th, 2021, the Boulder County District Court ruled that the city's assault weapons ban and large capacity magazine limit were invalid because they were preempted by state law. Just 10 days later, on March 22nd, 2021, a gunman killed 10 people at King Super here in Boulder, as you all know. Partly in response to that tragedy, the state legislature repealed the preemption statute. And we will bring forward to you on February 1st of 2022 a new ordinance that's designed to restore the assault weapons ban and the large capacity magazine limit in a way that honors the intent of the new state law. Tonight, though, the purpose of our request is to determine whether staff should investigate other possible gun safety regulations as a further response to the ongoing assault weapon crisis in this country. These possible additions include strengthening the city's regulations regarding the open carry of firearms, prohibiting the carry of firearms in sensitive areas, and a waiting period for the purchase of firearms. In addition, it's our understanding that a number of neighboring communities may be looking at similar measures. And so we would also be looking to you to talk to us about timing and give us an idea of whether you would want to coordinate timing with neighboring communities. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thanks for that. Questions or comments on giving this nod of 5? Rachel, Mark, Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. And thank you, Teresa, for bringing this forward. I am like 1,000 yeses to the question of should we do additional gun violence prevention ordinances? Yes, 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 yes to all of the model legislation or most of it that Giffords and every town have put together as models that cities can look at. I'm also a yes to coordination with other cities if they are interested. And as far as the timing, and I would say this could include the timing of what you're proposing for early February. March 22nd will be the anniversary of the King Super shooting, the 1-year anniversary. It is a Tuesday, and we are not scheduled to meet that day, but I'm wondering how colleagues and staff would feel about scheduling an extra meeting for that day for sort of an anniversary memorial to honor victims and survivors and the community heartbreak and resiliency of the last year. And maybe we could, if we do that, structure the calendar in such a way that we adopt all of our gun violence prevention ordinances that we would be looking at, including readoptions and tweaks and new ordinances on that day. I would say we would not want to hold public hearings that day if we do this, but maybe have a continued public hearing from a couple weeks before. So I don't know if people are willing to have an extra meeting. I'm sure that many of us will already be involved in community memorials and events that day. So putting it out there, but general, I'm a big yes. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Rachel. And I really appreciate that idea about the March 22nd anniversary. Before we continue with other council comments, Teresa, is that a timeframe that you feel is doable?
Yeah, I'm already unmuted. Yes, I do believe that's a time frame that is workable for us, particularly if you all are looking for something based on the model legislation.
Great, thanks.
Aaron,
Mark?
a comment just on that one point about the date.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to observe that unfortunately March 22nd is the middle of spring break, and we've scheduled that meeting off, and some people have scheduled vacations and holidays that day. So I might counter propose that we pass the legislation, and I'm happy to pass it on the same day as other cities are symbolically, and then maybe make March 22nd for those who are in town a day of remembrance and memorial rather than a legislative day, because some of us won't be here.
Okay, I'll Mark, Matt, Bob again, and then I'll go.
In a little more than 2 years on council, this is the easiest vote I've ever had. With respect to Rachel's comments, my only comment is what she said. I'm happy to accommodate Bob's concerns, but in terms of the substance of the legislation, I would like us to go right up to whatever line exists in terms of controlling weapons and guns. And as far as the nod of 5, I assume it'll be closer to a nod of 9. So this is not very controversial to me. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Matt, myself, Nicole, Junie, Lauren.
Yeah, so I Rachel, with you on all of that and more. So to your 1,000, I'll do 1,001. I will point out also we're considering, I think, also moving council meetings to Thursdays, and so I don't know if we will be in that cadence come March. So I don't know if that also plays or throws a kink perhaps in the concept that Rachel put, which I absolutely love. I just don't know if the logistics of being on break and meetings being on Thursday might prohibit that from a legislative perspective, but I just also want to throw that out there. In terms of pushing the envelope, I love what's in here so far, but one thing I didn't see, and maybe it's implied, but the word was not there, was is looking at what are we doing with regards to concealed carry throughout parts of the city, maybe everywhere, or certainly in special areas. I saw the open carry, but I want to make sure concealed is considered as well. And then I also am curious, are we going to, is to perhaps have a conversation with CU Boulder to have them sort of re-examine their position with regards to weapons on campus and whether or not the preemption gives the university a little more leverage with regards to how they might employ a weapons. Because I know they were also caught up in this, and it seems strange if we go really hard on this in the city, but then there's this pocket in the middle that's very, you know, allowable of weapons and stuff on campus. So I want to make sure there's continuity in that. So I don't know if there's anything that prevents that, or at least having the conversation with the university.
So I'll go now, and just absolutely yes, 100%. Thanks so much for bringing this forward. You know, gun violence is a plague on our society, and we need to do what we can as a community to combat that. So I will say the regional cooperation, I think, is absolutely the way to go. I think I'm very grateful to the legislature for allowing cities to pass their own rules. And so we should take advantage of that, but I think we should also collaborate with our neighbors to do something all together. I think it'll be more effective that way and a more powerful statement. In terms of the timing, I think maybe we could defer that to some emails and doodle polls and things like that to see who's what, where, when, and how the schedule might work out. The appeal of passing it on the 22nd that is very appealing, but obviously we want to, that has not been scheduled for meetings. We want to make sure that people are able to make something. Of course, it will probably still be in remote times. So there are those options. So, but I want to make sure we include everyone. So let's work together on the schedule, to Bob's point. Okay, that's all I got. Nicole, Junie, Lauren.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you again, staff, for bringing this to us. I am just going to echo yes to all of this, as well as to, you asked a specific question, Teresa, about coordinating with other cities. And I would say yes to that as well. And I'm also curious about what our region's timeline is. And, you know, I trust that you all know whether it's best to wait a little bit and go in together versus, you know, getting it done a little faster than some others. But anyway, just that the timing, it feels like there's a bit of a trade-off there, depending on how long it takes everyone else. I also just wanted to remind the community, those of us, anybody who's still with us at this point, that the not of 5 does not mean we're voting on anything or anything like that tonight. It's really just us asking for staff to spend some time putting this together. I think there was some confusion after the last time we talked about a not of 5. So I just want to make sure everybody's crystal clear that we're not voting on anything tonight with this.
Thanks for clarifying that, Nicole. Junie and Lauren.
Thank you, Aaron. I just want to say this is a great idea, and I fully support some type of city coordinated effort or county-wise. I have spoken with council members within and outside of Boulder County as well, who are interested in this county-wide collaborative on gun control. And I think, again, for not just for us, because at the end of the day, the shooting that happened, if we remember back in March of 2021, it was not someone from the Boulder community. So that should inform us as well in the way that we legislate or the way that we create programming for gun control. That means that we, as a community, we can't really protect ourselves from outside of our community if other communities are not doing the work. So we can empower them as well by working with them. So I think doing some type of outreach, and however way I can help, I'd be happy to. But I think having council members from other surrounding communities involved in it will actually help make our community a lot safer. So I fully support that. And so yeah, strengthen cooperation, I think, would be great. I like the idea of the open carry, not open carry laws in certain areas around the waiting period. I like Matt's idea of speaking with CU. I didn't know that in some parts of CU people can carry a gun, but that's very important that this idea of protecting the community requires that we have different stakeholders involved, not just us doing something by ourselves, because we know that's not very effective at all, especially knowing the facts of what happened in March of 2021. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeannie. Lauren?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Junie just said. For me, I think that trying to make this sort of the broadest collaboration that we can, for me, is more important than the exact date that we move forward on this. While I would like, us to move forward with some urgency, I think that we also should be looking at trying to really bring as many of the surrounding communities as we can along. And especially because, part of this is, or part of the benefit I see is having a bunch of communities all do this at once. I think that is powerful.
Thanks. And we got a couple follow-up hands from Rachel and Nicole.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple points. So a trustee from Superior and I have been doing outreach to neighboring communities and some others along the Front Range since about July, and Giffords and Everytown have been working on this since, I don't know, June. So there is a lot of outreach and interest in joining us. And at some point we're going to have to pick a date, but there's also value in doing it on the same day, because there's sort of power in doing it in unison and also signaling to the state that there are a significant number of communities in the state already that have the same model legislation, so that the state can follow suit. So we definitely want to collaborate, and that's a big part of the goal of what has been put forward as model legislation. So agree that we want to do that. And also, just to clarify a question that Matt asked, the preemption law package did unwind a 2012 or 2013 Colorado Supreme Court state decision that had disallowed CU from banning concealed carry permit holders from having guns on campus. So they now can do that. And they're well aware of their rights. And I think that will, they're working on it as regents, but I would encourage people to have conversations with them as well. Thanks.
Nicole?
Just wanted to follow up on those comments about CU and just put out the idea that there are likely a lot of allies on campus and student, staff, and faculty groups who would be very interested in a lot of this as well, particularly the students who've grown up in this culture of gun violence and mass shootings. And so I just want to offer in reaching out and trying to find synergies with CU that those constituencies would probably be good groups to contact, as well as the administration.
Thanks for that. Well, I didn't ask for nods, but we're definitely over 5 in terms of support. So I think we have some clear direction on moving forward with this. Neri, did you have any thoughts on timing of meetings related to this?
Sure, and I'll say 2 things on that. One is we're already scheduled to come before you on the 18th to talk a little bit about the timing for the possible Tuesday to Thursday change. And so that perhaps we can bring this up again then, if not before, but that gives you time if you want to talk about what the March timing will look like. For March, I'll say, at least for staff who, that's a spring break time, is usually family time, but we also want to recognize the importance of this anniversary. And many of us will already be working on commemoration work and be thinking about this. So we can certainly adjust as we move forward if that is the desire. And so we will await your policy decision on whether or not to have a meeting, but understand the importance and the significance of that date.
Okay, great, thanks. So I think we've gotten our direction. So I believe we can move on to the next item.
All right, sir. Thank you. Our last item on tonight's agenda is the item under matters from the mayor and members of council. 8A is the winter emergency sheltering options.
Right. So this was a request by Rachel originally, and I don't know how we want to approach this. Rachel requested this. Nicole has put some thoughts out on the hotline. Mary, did you want to frame this up, or would you rather have council members start talking about it?
Certainly it's up to you. I know that Kurt put a hotline out there, and certainly happy to talk about it. I know initially it was a request earlier before the fires about what else can we do in this time of cold and winter to help our unhoused community. All of a sudden we were hit with another crisis and disaster on our hands as we think about that. And we've had continued conversation. So happy to continue to talk in however you'd like to do it. But I also just want to give Kurt the opportunity if he wants to address the topic. I know it is something that certainly we have had conversations about before. We have certainly talked about this notion before, and certainly with great news in today's hotline about the acquisition of additional beds comes as good news for us all. So perhaps Kurt, maybe I'll give you the floor if you want to talk a little bit about sheltering and what we've done or how we're moving forward in the future.
Well, I'll just say a few things, Council, and good evening again. And then I think I'll pass it back over to you, because I think this is an initiative of council members who wanted to discuss this, and I'm here to listen and answer questions. I mean, the hotline today was really reinforcing the plan that was put in place before the season started. What was more challenging as we hit the critical weather trigger this coming week is actually related to the fire, because our hotels did fill up. There weren't the vacancies that we've seen in the past. And so we have been talking about this even before the fires, because COVID was also creating real challenges for us. And we've seen the number of positives go up significantly. And so what the hotline today basically says that we've implemented what we had anticipated to implement when the season started, but we've had challenges in doing that. The second thing that I'll add before I stop is that I believe it was the first meeting of this new council. One of the things that they requested of staff was to see if there was additional beds that could be made available generally. And so we have been able to increase an additional 10 beds since then. Part of that was through conversations with public health, and with the sort of success of the CRC, as well as the amount of testing and vaccines that have been done, they were able to lift the 140 beds to 145. And then we were able to work with the hotel to add another 5 beds on a regular basis as well. So that brings us up to the currently 170 beds that we have. So I'll stop there and listen to comments that council may have or questions they may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. So then I guess I might invite Rachel as the original proposal, and then maybe Nicole, who added in additional things on the hotline, and then we can go from there.
Sure. Thanks, Aaron, and thanks, Kurt and Nuria. So I guess I would say that when we talked about this in November, it seemed to me that there was a fair amount of concern from a lot of council members as to whether we had adequate shelter in place for the upcoming winter. And then over our recess, we got served sort of notice or whatever the right term is from ACLU that we were turning people away, that we didn't have enough beds. And the accusation was that we were ticketing people in an unconstitutional manner for violating the camping ban, given that we did not have adequate shelter beds available. So I think that my initial question arose from the ACLU letter, and I was surprised that they cited in that letter evidence that we were turning people away from shelter, because when we talked in November, it seemed like staff was confident that we had a good plan for adequate sheltering. And I know that it's hard on any given night to say 100% we will have it, but it seemed like we were expecting to get close. So I don't know if expectations changed or what caused that. I guess I will also just add before turning it over to Nicole that it's still my understanding that during my tenure on council, we have reduced the number of severe weather shelter, formerly known as severe weather sheltering beds, and capacity for people during the winter months, that we were in the 200 range, and then we got down to kind of the mid hundreds, and now we're back creeping towards 200, but that we have reduced capacity, and it seems to me that we don't have enough, and so I think that we just wanted to, or I wanted to invite further discussion on, are we providing adequate sheltered spaces for people in hospitable winter conditions, because it seems like the equation changed since we last discussed it, and we got sort of a threat letter from the ACLU. So those are kind of my initial thoughts and why I sent my request to schedule time for this.
Thanks, Rachel. Nicole, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I think what I would like to do in the interest of trying to get us through this conversation in a decent amount of time so we're tired, staff is tired, right? What I would like to do is just kind of at least propose that we step away a little bit from this, from how many shelter beds we have available and whether people are being turned away or not. I think we can likely, everybody in our community, I think, can probably agree with the statement that, we have more people than we have beds for living in our public spaces. And this is something that is not satisfying to any of us, regardless of our views on homelessness. So, we have a law that requires that when people, are outdoors, they can't even have a blanket, over them, which also doesn't feel totally satisfying, particularly in the winter, right? We would like ideally for people to have shelter, but we really have no place for people to shelter without getting a ticket or being arrested. So we have this problem, right, where we have people camping in our public spaces. They're getting ticketed, sometimes arrested, at least moved around for doing that. We don't really have an alternative place for people to go, let alone a shelter bed. So for me, that issue of how can we get people out of our public spaces is kind of the most central. And I think this was why one of the questions that I posed was, most folks right in the community, as well as in our city staff, are really taxed right now. We have a lot going on, but we've also seen in the last week how much the community can step up and help out and help us find solutions and support each other when we need that. And so this was why I was curious about, whether we could get a request for information or something that we could put out there and see. We heard from a couple people in public comment that they, have some ideas on things that we could stand up relatively quickly to get going. So I'm just wondering if there is an ability for us to move forward with something like that we could do relatively quickly, because it's winter and we've got 2 more really cold nights coming tomorrow.
So, thanks. I see Bob, then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Kurt a couple of questions. Just kind of, Nicole made me think of something. She mentioned doing a request for information. Kurt, I have 2 questions, really, Kurt. I'll ask them both. I thought that we did some sort of request for information or proposal a couple of years ago. I don't remember specifically what it was for or what the responses were, so maybe I'm misremembering that. But if you could speak to that, that would be helpful. And then kind of somewhat related to that, I know that Bridge House operated an overflow shelter on 30th Street for a year or 2, and then that ended about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. Could you also speak to why that ended or how that ended, and why Bridge House is not doing that anymore?
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, so thanks for that conversation. So let me talk a bit about the Bridge House work. So that was open for a couple of seasons. I think it closed a year and a half ago, May, if I recall. So one thing that's important when looking at shelter beds is that you're only looking at one component of an entire system that works to help solve homelessness. And so the city went through this process that we're talking about right now about 2010 in that time frame. Boho was open at that time in 2011. They had approximately 60 beds, or they were serving around about 60 individuals per night. At that time, there was 348 individuals that were turned away because of capacity issues or lack of capacity from the Boulder shelter that was also at capacity. They then increased to about 80 beds in 2012. There was 944 capacity turnaways that year. Then the following 4 years after that, Boho went from about 140 beds to as high as 225 beds. During those 4 years, there was an average of 1,934 turnaways per annum. And then at that time, in 2016, City Council directed staff to work with the community because there was a lot of concern that there was so many capacity turnaways. At the same time, there was so many beds. In fact, at that time, there was close to 400 shelter beds in the community between the two shelters. And there was a huge number of turnaways. That's when the homeless strategy was put in place. And the essence of the homeless strategy is that spending money on shelter doesn't end homelessness. And so gradually the resources were shifted from shelter beds to housing solutions. And so that's why every month we focus on getting individuals into housing, and every month we house anywhere from 10 to 25 individuals, and then also help individuals exit homelessness. And so, but at that time, council was also uncertain about the number of shelter beds. And so there was a partnership with Bridge House that went on for a couple of seasons. They had a smaller number of beds. It was 72 beds. And in the 2017-2018 season, there was 100 capacity turnaways. So it had gone down drastically. It went up in 2019-2020 season to 190 beds. When we closed, when Bridge House closed that site, and it was supposed to be developed as affordable housing at that point, that was part of the closure, the developer didn't move forward at the rate that we anticipated in turning that site into affordable housing. But the following year, I think there was 3 turnaways in the entire year. So those resources that were used on shelter beds were put directly towards getting individuals into housing. This year, I think we've had about 45 individuals that have been turned away because of capacity. We haven't had any capacity turnaways in the last about 10 days, I believe. So it's always challenging when people are turned away for capacity reasons. One of the things that we don't control is the number of people experiencing homelessness in our community. And if we look at coordinated entry data, it shows that almost 7,000 individuals have gone through, unique individuals have gone through coordinated entry since we started the strategy about 4 years ago. We know that about 1/3 of individuals don't go through coordinated entry. And that's obviously a guess. So that puts it at about 10,000 unique individuals that have experienced homelessness in our community. So understanding the individuals that are in our community at any particular point is very challenging. And that also has a direct relationship to the amount of shelter and the capacity that makes sense. What we have seen is that with the strategy over the last 3.5 to 4 years, significant progress has been made on the number of turnaways. Everyone's going to have a different opinion about the number of shelter beds that are right for our size of community, but there's so many different factors that go into this, and I think our point with the strategy is to really focus on solutions that really end homelessness, because we don't actually have control of a national challenge. The last thing I'll add, and Bob, I hope this will help you answer or help me answer some of the question as well, is that we also need to look at what the right solution is to address the capacity turnaways. Because we know a lot of individuals are new to our community who are experiencing homelessness, the solutions often for those individuals are reunification or diversion. And additional resources put into that could drastically reduce the 6 to 8 people who have been turned away on particular nights at the shelter, and lead to solutions. So we need to take, I think, all those things into consideration as we look at this. And I think there's also a lot of areas within our city where we're not in alignment, and getting further in alignment could also help with these various challenges that we're having.
Thanks, Kurt. Can I just ask Aaron a follow-up question to Kurt, and then I'll be done?
Sure.
Kurt, one of the things you said there near the end was people that are new to homeless people that are new to our community. I seem to recall that you had a statistic at a presentation not too long ago, but I don't want to misquote it, so I'll try to remember it, and then you can correct me. I thought you said something along the lines of that on average, 4 new unhoused people come to Boulder every day. Obviously, the number would vary from day to day, but that over the course of a long period of time, the average was about 4 a day. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah, so that's it changes from year to year.
Yeah.
And if we look over at that whole 4-year period, I think it's about 3 to 4 individuals. It also depends on your estimation of how many people go through coordinated entry and how many don't. So it probably ranges somewhere between 3 and 5 individuals. And again, this is based on self-reported data from coordinated entry. And then it's also based on an estimate of how many people we think don't go through coordinated entry. We also know that over the last 1.5 years, there's been a lot of advice given by some community members of individuals experiencing homelessness not to go through coordinated entry. So that also impacts those numbers.
Okay, thanks, Kurt.
Nicholas, you've got your hand up. You want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add a little. I mean, so this is the scientist in me coming out with some graphs. I'm going to see if this works. I put it up here. What I basically drew was like what it looks like shelter beds here on the y-axis. We got time for, about the last 10 years. And it just kind of shows, we had increasing number of shelter beds till about 2015, 2016, when it started to go down, right? So like if shelter beds kind of related to homelessness, we would tend to see a similar curve, right? So what we've actually seen though, and I think this is true, Kurt, in your point in time counts and everything, if you look at homelessness here, time, again, about the last 10 years, homelessness is going up, right? So those don't match. right? So I just kind of want to point out that they don't quite go together. But if you look at housing costs, which is what lots of experts and scientists who study homelessness show is the biggest predictor of increases in homelessness, you see that you've got housing costs on the y-axis, again, time, last 10 years, housing costs have clearly gone up, right, in Boulder. What I want to show as well is that we've taken an increasing enforcement strategy. And we see this similar, we've kind of increased the funding. This last year, we allocated over $2.5 million to enforcement. And, it's kind of following this trend that we're seeing with housing costs and homelessness going up, right? So when I look at these things, I'm not seeing that we are implementing strategies that, are working in terms of getting people out of our public parks. And I kind of want to pull us back to that part of the conversation about what are we doing to get people out of these spaces. I think, Kurt, your point about more resources for, diversion. I mean, some of the folks that I've talked to every Tuesday when I'm down helping out with Feet Forward, they just need gas money. They were on their way here, they got stuck, right? They just need a little something to get back. That's not everybody, right? But it's certainly some people. And so, I think that this is a solution, like you're saying, Kurt, that can kind of help get some of the folks out. But I'm still, stuck thinking about the people who are camping in our public places because for whatever reason, the shelter is not accessible to them. And what can we do to address that? Because it's not just a problem for those in our community who are hurting seeing people outside in this really cold weather. It's also an issue for those in our community who are out using our paths and things. So I think that for me is that central issue that we're trying to solve is how are we getting people out of those public spaces? Because it doesn't really look like, I'm just going to show this one more time. It doesn't really look like enforcement is working. Homelessness is continuing to go up. So that's my question for us. What are we doing? How can we help?
Well, I'll just add, Nicole, the other thing that you didn't graph is the number of people that have been housed through that time period. And also as it relates to the number of people that were housed during that previous period. And it's gone up dramatically, and that's had a huge impact on the number of people, related to capacity. Our capacity turnaways have gone down drastically in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
and that's,
it's commendable, right? It really is. I think, of cities in Colorado, no city has a good handle on this, but we're doing a really good job of getting people into housing with vouchers and things like that. So anyway, but yes, so thank you. I didn't quite have 5 quadrants on my paper, but thank you.
Thanks. I was going to call on myself here, and then I got Matt and Tara and Nuria here. Nicole, we're going to have to start calling you Katie Porter here. You get the whiteboard and drawing in real time. Impressive. Nuria, did you want to frame something or?
Well, mostly I just wanted to be fair to Kurt as well, like right before I arrived, there had been decision to add more resources, not just to PD, but for the downtown ambassadors and for the park ranger program as well. I just wanted to share, I know that this is a conversation we're planning to have with council. That was an 18-month pilot, and I know we're scheduling that for the second quarter. I also know it's a new council, right? That wasn't involved in those conversations as we were moving that forward. But we have been working with IT. We are looking to be data centric in what that looks like, to have precisely this conversation on, is what we're doing working, and coming to the outcomes that we, I think, all want and can agree that we all want to do as we move forward. So I just wanted to share, because that doesn't all fall on Kurt's shoulders. There are a variety of folks that are doing some of that work. And we hope actually during the retreat and conversations about the work plan to continue to bring up some of these really complex policy decisions as we move forward. So I just want to let you know that we're monitoring it. We're trying to track it and be accountable to the outcomes that we're seeing so that we can have that conversation again with you all.
Thanks for that. I'm going to call on myself, then Matt and Tara. So Nicole, I appreciate you bringing that idea forward, and Rachel for raising this here. I think there's some interest by myself and other members on council on adding some additional options in our services for folks experiencing homelessness, like a navigation center that had daytime services and things like showers and places for people to check their email and store some stuff or what have you. Like look into things like that. But that's part of, I think, that larger work plan discussion, right? We're going to go into that into the retreat, see what the options are, see if council's interested. Something more permanent will take time to stand up. And what I appreciated about Nicole's suggestion was I know how terribly burdened Housing and Human Services staff is right now. Kurt, I know you already were, and then the fire came, and your team has been working nonstop for the last week, which I deeply, deeply appreciate. How we've helped our neighbors that way. So, as I'm hearing that there's folks in the community who may be ready to step up and assist with a short-term program for this sheltering season, to help get us through the next few months to really minimize those turnaways and give some overflow options where we can make sure that folks do have a place to get out of the cold. And as Nicole mentions, if somebody is staying in a place like that, that means they're not camping by the creek or in one of our public spaces, which is something I think generally almost no one wants to see. So if we could put something out of a kind of a light touch from city staff in terms of what nonprofits or volunteers in the community would be interested in standing up something short term that can get us through the next few months, I think that's really worth pursuing. And I'll appreciate again, Kurt, your email on the hotline today. Sounds like we've got substantial additional overflow beds available for the next couple of days for this critical weather event. And well more than any need that has yet happened in this season. So it looks like, to some of the points folks made in the open comment, seems like we're in good shape, for the cold snap and the next few days and such. But I feel like exploring that idea that Nicole put forward would be really valuable. So that's what I got. Matt, and then Tara, and then Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. And I appreciate just bringing this conversation up. And I do feel that I have a feeling of kind of a false start, because we're going to talk about this in a couple of weeks in great detail. So I think some of us are chomping at the bit. I know I am, want to go into it, but I know this is now not the place. So I'm going to try to be a little reserved, save some of this conversation for the retreat when we can think a little bit more holistically. But, one of the challenges that I'm, and so I have a question and then something more related to this, and is, when are we maybe in light of the fire, when might we be expecting hotels to sort of regain some of that available vacancy that we were previously reliant on? Are we seeing that saturation being 1 week, 6 weeks? When do we think the hotels will kind of, give us the vacancy we need to sort of help establish some of this overflow?
Well, Matt, I'll just say that I certainly don't know the answer to that. What I do know is that we've been able to maintain what we committed to maintain.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. The other question, is really sort of framed around. I also want to be data focused and driven by evidence, but and Nicole knows this, and in her experience, as a scientist, I know this in my experience working in the Department of Astrophysics. That is only valuable if you've got common and aligned goals around what you all agree are the metrics to measure your outcomes. And so I think it's really important that as we've evolved in some of these epochs of dealing with homelessness, from pre-coordinated entry, shelter was it, to with coordinated entry with shelters, we're evaluating our goals amongst a changing dynamic of variables. And I think we want to come back and maybe just re-acknowledge or reframe what our goals are as those things have evolved and changed, because then that might tell us what is the evidence we need, and or what is truly working and not working, and what is really a measure of success. So I think that's something that is important here, because I think there's a differing sense of what our goals are here, and therefore we're all then pointing to different solutions as to achieving these different stated goals. So I think that's just core to this as a front-loaded piece. And then really, you know, as it pertains to the sheltering, I know that, you know, as we stated, sheltering does not end homelessness, but it is equally studied that, you know, the longer someone is experiencing homelessness, the more the likelihood of them rapidly exiting homelessness rapidly declines. And so I think we're trying to find that equilibrium to you know, Nicole's Graff's point, that I want to find. And I think trying to liberate that in terms of shelter capacity is really important in these months, in the light of, we know we're going to be having this larger conversation, and we have one-time use money that's likely coming in. So how do we do so where we're not, and I don't want to say wasting money, but not leveraging that money and making those investments that then build and scaffold off those investments that we're going to discuss about making here in the short term. So what does that mean? You know, as I sort of narrow down, you know, are things like the Millennium Hotel options? Are things like sanctioned camping in the short frame okay to say, look, you can't camp here, but you can camp here, and we're going to have some services to help you in the short term that then we can build on long term when we have that conversation. So that's what I'm kind of looking for. And I know we're trying our best here, and I know you're overworked with staff, but I think that's the sort of building to this larger conversation at the retreat that I'm hungry for and want to see us do, because I hate the idea of being turned away and people out in the elements. That's just not working for anybody. And I want to figure out how to break that gridlock in what the status quo is delivering for our community, those that want to work on these things as homeless advocates, and those that are maybe saying we're already doing too much. So I want to bridge that gap.
Thanks, Matt. We got Tara, Mark, and Lauren.
Kurt, can you tell me if this is what you said? Did you say that the more beds we had in the overflow shelter, the more people we turned away? Was that what you said? Was there a direct correlation?
That's correct. But I would also add that it's very difficult to talk about one aspect by itself around homelessness. If you only talk about shelter without talking about lots of other things, it wouldn't be fair. So when the Homeless Solutions for Boulder County was established, a strategy was put in place. There was a lot of services that went along with this as well to get people into housing, but it was also a real shift of resources from simply shelter to really housing solutions. So, and the other thing that experts throughout the country will say is don't set up something where you don't have exits. So setting up a shelter without having exits also doesn't make sense. So it's difficult for me to have a conversation of, I think, what was established as 30 or 40 minutes to talk about a very complex set of issues, and just, you know, pulling out one aspect of that. Okay. But our data does show that as the city of Boulder has tried this in the past, adding more shelters hasn't had an impact on capacity. It's actually other things that the city has done, which is having an impact on capacity turnaways.
Yeah, so I'm sure we're going to have, I'll just keep most of my comments to our retreat, of course, but I'm just saying that we shouldn't forget that very important graph or statistic that you just mentioned. That is a big deal, because you would think in your mind, oh, well, then we'll just add shelter beds. But in fact, that isn't the entire picture. And so it's important in the business world. I'm not a scientist, but if something didn't work in the past once or twice, then it's probably not going to work in the future unless you think about why. I mean, you have to really think things through, or else you're just doing the same thing you did before that didn't work. I'm just throwing that out there. It's a really important conversation that we should think about deeply. And I care about everybody on this council. Everybody is awesome. And I have confidence that we are going, I agree with Matt, that we're going to do this well and together and think about all sides of it.
You're muted, Aaron.
Sorry about that. Mark, Lauren, Nicole.
Further to Nicole's interest in an RFP, which I think is an interesting suggestion. Have we been approached, and I guess this question would be for Kurt, Nuria, Aaron, have we been approached by any churches, synagogues, other nonprofits who are interested in providing beds?
We as HHS or the city have not been approached for that.
I mean, I guess at some point we may have to recognize that this is not something that is appealing to most of the nonprofit organizations. I would hope that it would be, but if that's not a role they want to play, at some point we may have to recognize that set of facts. If anybody else is aware of that interest, I'd be delighted to hear about it.
Can I colloquy, Aaron?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, I don't know, a year and a half ago, when I proposed a sanctioned outdoor camping space in light of CDC recommendations that we not move people during COVID, I was working with a number of nonprofit leaders and community faith leaders, and there was definitely interest, and they were working on an RFP. It just didn't come together in the timeline that council had kind of set forth. So I personally know of several kind of groups that are interested and have heard recently that that there are at least sort of some complement of groups and individuals who work either in that nonprofit space or in the faith community space who are interested in a combination of things. So either running a severe weather shelter or day shelter or sanctioned encampment or safe parking. So I think that I don't know exactly what groups are interested in what aspects, but to answer your question, yes, I believe there to be community interest currently.
Well, that should be part of our conversation going forward. So I'd be interested in learning more. Thanks.
And I've heard that too. And Junie, I got a message, wanted to colloquy on that question.
Yeah.
Jump in, Junie.
Thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to make the comment, based on Mark's statement. I'm not sure if we should just wait on other people to come to us, because I think we're great at the housing aspect of our programming we're good at programming for housing, but I think when it comes to homelessness services programming, it's much more different. And I wonder if maybe some organizations right now is a little bit reticent. They probably, maybe they're not feeling encouraged based on what we hear from Rachel and the previous discussions that we've had. If there was a program before and that program was discontinued, right? I can imagine why some organizations may not come forward. So maybe it might be up to us as a community or as city, Kurt, coming from you, to reach out to create this type of programming or, these RFPs so that these organizations can apply to, as opposed to just waiting for them to apply. But I've had conversations before with you, Kurt and Nuria. I think we definitely need a multi-layered, multiple stakeholder discussion so that we can find various groups to engage this system, because I don't think the city of Boulder by ourselves can really solve the homelessness issue that we're having. And even the programming, we've been at it a while. And again, based on what we saw from Nicole earlier with, the graph that she did, the disparity with the amount of homelessness that we have and the type of services that we're providing. And based on that little graph, I can say maybe we're not as effective at doing that type of programming, and we need to lean on these other organizations that can help us. So again, that requires us to reach out and do a lot more stakeholder engagement so that we can find the right group of people that can help us with the homelessness programming in the city. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jeannie. Let's see, I've got Lauren and Nicole and Nuria. Unless, Nuria, do you have an urgent point?
I just wanted to clarify that just this Monday, I think it was Monday or Tuesday. Oh, yeah, it must have been yesterday. We did get, because I want to acknowledge when we do receive something, but Bill Sweeney sent us something to take a look at about a possible program that doesn't have necessarily exits attached to it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I haven't had a time to fully review that as we move forward, but wanted to just share. It is the only person, to my understanding, or to Kurt's point, that we have heard of directly about wanting to provide the services. Because frankly, what we're hearing a lot from our nonprofit and our partners is that they themselves don't have capacity to do a lot more programming, that because that is not something that we do ourselves. That is something that our nonprofit community, we contract with to do. And then the other point I'd make, because Judy mentioned about can we think about something broader and convening a larger stakeholder, I just want to acknowledge, and again, these are larger conversations that we anticipate having with you all at the retreat and in the future, but I do think that there is some thought, and want to credit Kurt for thinking about, can there be some convening with perhaps a facilitator that is not the city to bring that stakeholder conversation together, because I think that's a really opportune moment to think about what are the gaps in our system, or how do we need to continue to double down on what is working. And so I think those, again, are conversations that we anticipate bringing to you shortly here in the retreat, and again, in the longer term as well.
Thanks, Nuria. Lauren and Nicole.
Thanks, Erin. Let's see, I guess, Kurt, I just wanted to start with saying that I appreciate what you've been doing to help come up with long-term housing solutions for people in our community, both with the fire and everything going on, but also, you know, all the work you've done prior to that. I think that, you know, it is really excellent that we are having successful long-term solutions for people. That being said, I would really like to see us look at overflow and alternative sheltering options, like Nicole mentioned, and put out an RFP or an RFI, trying to figure out, you know, if we can get more participation from nonprofits in our community and work with these partners to come up with other solutions. We do need to look at it holistically, but I mean, we're like literally leaving people out in the cold right now. And, you know, the ACLU, I think, makes a good point that I think that they have a reasonable argument about the legality of our camping ban. And beyond that, I think that criminalizing camping and, you know, people trying to protect themselves from the elements has this long-term issue of making, for people who are subject to enforcement, that having a criminal record makes housing harder in the future. You know, this is not helping us solve these issues. This is actually making them more intractable. And so I think that because of that, and also because we are stepping up enforcement, I think that the burden for our community to provide reasonable options is greater, because we're sort of aggressively eliminating the other options that people have to protect themselves from the elements. And so I can't say strongly enough that I think that we need to be doing what we can to help find some additional solutions. And I think that getting an RFI or an RFP out sooner rather than later can only help us have a more educated response as we go into our retreat.
Thanks for that, Lauren. Nicole and then Tara. You're muted, Nicole. If you just showed us a graph, you don't even need this out on.
Sorry, I'm out of paper to draw on for the night. Okay, so I think some of this discussion is heading into the idea of solving homelessness, which is not going to happen tonight, right? That's impossible to happen tonight. We're not going to do it. But I think there's still this issue that it's winter. We have a couple more nights of really cold temperatures coming. There's likely to be more. To me, what is urgent right now for this conversation is thinking about how can we save people from frostbite and death by hypothermia, right? These are two things that feel really big to me. I heard Kurt say that, if he had some ability, more resources to do some outreach to find people who would be who we could divert into better situations than sleeping outside. That is one potential way we could hopefully help relatively quickly. Again, I'm thinking quick, right? We're already weeks into winter. The other thing, again, thank you, Lauren, for bringing it back up, but just doing a request for information so we can figure out if anybody out in the community has the ability to help. And again, this wouldn't be permanent. This is not, forever. This is just to create a space where people can be right now to get shelter from these cold temperatures. Because when it's 8 degrees outside and there's no sun, that's terrible. It's terrible that, that we have people in our community who are experiencing this. And I think, that this idea that we're ticketing and arresting people, even for having a blanket over them, that's a problem for me. And I want to be really clear. I do not think that people should be camping just out wherever, right? Unsupported. It's not good for anybody in our community. And what are we going to do about this? Because people are literally at risk of freezing outside.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nicole. And yeah, we just to interject a comment, we cannot have the full discussion about how to end homelessness tonight, right? Like that's not within our scope tonight. But I think talking about the possibility of this RFI is. So, Tara.
Okay, I promise you I won't say a lot. I promise I'll wait for the retreat. I just want to say that we shouldn't have this discussion tonight because we also would need to then talk about drug addiction and meth use and safety and crime and a lot of other things. And we don't want to do that tonight because we want to find a cohesive answer. I think we should keep in mind that it isn't that many people. If Kurt said it was 6 to 8, then it isn't so overwhelming to find a short-term, I like what Nicole said, a short-term solution for this particular problem. And it's not a giant problem right now, it's a small problem. So rather than let's talk about how to solve the homeless issues, problems of the universe, so to speak, here in Boulder, is keeping it to an RFI on a small amount, not under 10 people. I think we can do it. So I leave on that note. I know you thought I was going to do a whole nother speech, but I'm not going to do it. I promise.
It's very limited. I got something to say, but Nicole, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's not just 6 to 8 people. Like, I understand that that's kind of been sort of the maximum of people being turned away at the shelter. But, I think any of us can go out and see that there are more people than that who are currently living outside. And so I think it's for me, it's those folks that I'm trying to figure out how can we address the issue for them, right? And it's taking care of people during the day as well when it's getting really cold. I appreciate the shelter being open during the day as well, but there's still people outside. So just really trying to get at this issue of are there people in our community who can help us solve this problem so that people are not spending their days in 8-degree weather in a tent by the creek?
Okay, go ahead, Matt, and then I'm going to try to bring us home. Yeah, but you're muted, Matt, you're muted.
Thanks, sir. I just wanted to colloquy on that. We just lost a young woman and her stillborn child That's one. So as far as, for me, there's the humanity and the moral obligation that whether it's 1 or 1,000, that we are lessening the opportunity to have another incident like Jessica and her stillborn child. And that's still so fresh and raw for me as a father, and I presume many others in our community. So I struggle with minimizing numbers as a means of kicking the can or pushing the conversation down. This is urgent because it's a life safety thing, and that's what I'm really driven by. And I know there's restraints on that, but we got to keep reminding ourselves of Jessica and her stillborn, that 1 is too many, and we need to make sure that just like we have vision 0 for pedestrian and bike interactions, we should have a vision 0 or an action 0 for people dying because of exposure to elements and being stuck outside in our harsh weather.
Yeah, I appreciate the point about the moral imperative. I think I don't want to speak for Tara, but I think what I was hearing from Tara was the concept of limited, in the sense of that we're not necessarily deciding to stand up a permanent program, that it's limited in that sense. I think maybe not
Thank
limited.
you.
Okay, you're welcome. But I would agree with it. The concept, I don't think should be limited to the number of turnaways that we've seen so far, but that would have some additional flexible capacity to make sure we got options for getting people out of the cold. So Neri, I'm going to turn to you. I'm hearing, well, except I got Teresa coming up here. Teresa, do you want to offer something before I ask Neri?
I do. At the risk of sounding heartless, I do need to remind council that under matters for mayor and members of council, you cannot take official action. And so important to just remind you of that procedural piece.
Thank you for that, Teresa. Appreciate it. We're not taking a vote or making any formal decisions for sure. So Nuri, but what I am hearing from the discussion is that it sounds like there is majority interest into exploring this idea of a rest of this, like getting information like an RFI to see what the options might be for providing some additional overflow sheltering for this season, and it hopefully in such a way that we could use that information to inform our larger discussion as part of the retreat. Does council feel like, whether you personally agree that that's the exact right way to go, that there's kind of some broad interest in something like that? Junie?
Oh. I would like to add that if we do go the RFI route, that we set a very specific time limit to get that information back to us so that we can move forward, because a request for information is not the same as an RFP, and it doesn't lead to anything at all. It's just basically you get information and you can file it away for 1,000 years and never get back to it. But hopefully if we make that request for information, we have a time limit for it so that we can have that discussion. So does that mean that RFI that we will put out, we will have the response by the time we get to the retreat, which is in January 17th, right? I think sometimes around there, in about a week and a half.
21st. We have a little more time than that.
Yeah. So let me say this. Oh, I'm sorry, Erin. If you had posed the question to me, I was ready to chime in, but.
No, go ahead. If thanks for that, Ginny, but point well taken. And if you wouldn't mind addressing what I was just saying.
Yeah. Before. So I want to hear, I want to say we hear you, right? Like we know that there is a question about, and I appreciate, Nicole, how you phrased it, which is, I get that staff is at capacity right now doing a million things. Are there others in community? Because honestly, we have said this before, this is not just a City of Boulder concern. This is all our concern, that we should be worried and working for the safety of all our residents. And I obviously count our unsheltered community as part of our community, part of our residents in the city. So I hear that aspect of it. And frankly, I think we're curious because what we hear is the flip side of capacity constraints from our nonprofit and our provider community. So certainly would be curious to hear what type of offering. I'm sensitive to approaches that have been done similarly in the past without any changes, right? Because then we are repeating kind of what has happened. I'd be interested to hear if there are other innovative approaches. And like I mentioned, we had received, or I had received one such sort of proposal or outline yesterday. And so we'll be looking at that. So let us take a look at what is the easiest way to solicit information and put a timetable on it. Although I'll have to say that in the midst of fire and winter, our nonprofit community is also constrained. So I don't want to put artificial timelines if we're hearing back, or we may not get responses back to ask because everybody else is busy as well. So let us be responsive to what I'm hearing in a way that doesn't tax staff and Kurt's team that is overburdened, but perhaps there is a way to solicit information in a faster manner is what I'm hearing. And so we will take that and we will we'll figure out how to move forward.
Thanks very much for that, Nuria. I'll just pop in and say I appreciate the receptiveness to this discussion and for looking into ways to figure this out. So thank you very much for that flexibility. Nicole and Rachel.
I just wanted to, I'm hearing everybody is so taxed in capacity right now. I'm just wondering if this is a place where we might consider leaning on any of our boards and commissions to assist with this. I don't know if that's possible. This may be totally ignorant and 10:30 p.m. Nicole talking, but I'm wondering, in a crisis, right? Where are the people, where are the helpers that we can pull on to try to make some of this move as quickly as it possibly can? So, I didn't want you to feel like it all has to be on staff. If there are others, if, we on council can help, please reach out. Happy to be a working board member on this issue.
I hear that. I appreciate it. And if we need that, we're going to sit down and sort of figure out where we need to go moving forward, and we'll keep that in mind.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse again here, but circling back to my initial premise of this discussion, I'm just looking at the forecast, and the lows are 28, 13, 10, 35, 25, 21, 27, 31, 32, and 32 for the next 10 days. I think all but one of those days under the severe weather shelter program we had when I got on council would have qualified for severe weather shelter being open. Maybe the 35-degree day would not have. I think we're still down at 50 to 70 beds or something like that from when I started. I feel like if we are turning people away from shelter for capacity on nights when it's cold out, even if we've got, the 10 extra or 20 extra beds open, we should not be giving them tickets. So I don't know if there would be a will for that while we're in this interim period of looking at requests for information. But if it's 10 degrees and somebody's turned away from the shelter, I would expect that no one's getting a ticket when we do not have capacity while we are looking into this.
Nicole?
It's a question for Teresa, and I'm just curious at the expense expecting a lot more. I got a phone call today with somebody calling me an effing B, and I'm expecting more after I say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Teresa, I realize that we can't vote or make decisions or anything here. Is this the case where we can ask for a nod of 5 on anything?
I don't believe that is the case. However, I believe under Robert's rules that you could suspend the council rules and take action. So I believe that is an option under Robert's rules.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern, like Rachel, is just the temperatures coming. And, if we don't have a way of quickly getting people into shelter on cold times like this, can we at least pause enforcements on this? This is where I'm expecting an angry phone call. So anyway, but can we pause enforcements? That's the question that I'm asking on these cold nights when people really don't have another place to go right now while we figure this out, sort of as some interim steps, recognizing it's not forever. I mean, if it's 10 degrees out, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And anyway, that was just what I wanted to put out there.
Mark.
I think I would rather expand the use of the severe weather shelter rather than put a moratorium, which is what we're talking about, on the enforcement of the camping ban. I think the symbolic aspect of putting a moratorium on that which has been duly passed by the council is a bad precedent. Although this council may disagree, I think that bill is widely supported by the community. And if my recollection is correct, I think we passed it. I may not be correct, so don't hold me to it. I thought it was passed by a 6-3 vote. And so I would rather attempt to expand the temperature range at which we open the severe weather shelter to accommodate cold conditions rather than do what I think we ought not to be doing, which is putting a moratorium on a duly passed ordinance.
Can I colloquy there?
Yeah, go ahead. Then Bob.
Well, just, I'm not exactly suggesting a moratorium at 10:33 at night. I'm more saying on days where we're over capacity and it's underneath the, it's really cold out. Why would we be giving out tickets? And I don't, it's the overcapacity. And I think that's what the ACLU letter was saying. Like, if you don't have shelter capacity, you're turning people away and it's really cold out. What are their options? And I see Nuria's hand up, so maybe she will say, we're not enforcing the camping ban in those situations like that. I don't know that we've heard that. So it's
close. I was going to say that I don't know that we know that we actually are ticketing people when there are capacity constraints. Certainly something to look at, but I know staff, and I believe staff is much more compassionate in those circumstances, and don't suggest that anybody's saying they are not. But I think to your point that, certainly happy to look into those moments that we do have capacity constraints, which I understand from Kurt does not happen very often, that we have been very fortunate in expanding our current emergency shelter capacity to not have that be something that happens on any kind of regular basis. So I just didn't want to put the two together, that those two were happening at the same time necessarily.
Thanks for that clarification. It's been my experience that it's hard to get real-time data on when the shelter's at capacity. So I don't know if our officers would have that. And that's probably a loop that if it's not a really fluid conversation, you'd hope it is. I would hope.
I'll go for Bob, then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, just two things. One, I was going to make the same point that Nuria just did. I wouldn't want us to suspend laws that have been duly passed without information, because Nuria may very well be right. And now we're now operating in an information vacuum. Secondly, I wanted to echo Mark's point. I think administratively, we can certainly ask Kurt and Nuria and the staff to do what they feel is appropriate with respect to severe weather sheltering. I think there's a procedural problem, and Teresa may agree with this, in at 10:30 at night without due notice, without a public hearing, changing our laws or suspending our laws. There's going to be a lot of people in the community. Nicole, you won't be the only person that gets a phone call. There's going to be a lot of people in the community who say, well, hold on a second here. You just kind of pulled that out of your butts at 10:30 in the morning without telling us you're going to do that. And because that's not what this discussion was framed up to be. So I'd be pretty resistant to passing any rules or suspending any laws without notice to the community. But if staff has some ideas on how to protect people along the lines that Mark suggested, I think that's something they certainly have the authority to do administratively.
Thanks. So I'll chime in here. I do feel a little constrained here in the mayoral role to raise a procedural point on this, which is that this concept wasn't mentioned in the hotline post that we scheduled this item for. So I do feel a little concerned from a process perspective about tackling the question tonight on that basis. I kind of hate to be a hard line on that side, but I feel like it's sort of my role as the mayor. What I would say is that, Nuria, I appreciate what you just said, and my hope would be that we would be exercising compassion and discretion. That if it's 2 a.m. and it's really cold, that is not the best time to be forcing somebody to leave a tent and giving them a ticket. And so maybe that's something that you can look into and get back to us on, about that kind of whether we're taking a sort of compassionate, discretionate approach, which is very different from just saying that it's different from saying like a moratorium on not allowing camping, which would allow tents 24/7, throughout the city. So if you could maybe get back to us with more information on that.
I'm happy to, Mayor. And I'll also say that I assume when staff, and they do, right? They deploy their discretion to also think about danger. So if someone is tenting in a place that could put them in danger of physical harm, or if there is a fire in the middle of winter that is close to a physical structure, things like that, I would imagine that staff would intercede. But I hear the perspective and know that I'm happy to get back to you because I have every confidence that our staff is employing a lot of discretion in ways that are truly meant to help community.
Well, and if someone in that circumstance were able to be taken to a warm place, fantastic. If there's a shelter option, very good. Anyway, Matt, you've got your hand up.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm a little, I maybe there's some difference here that I don't understand. And so this is sort of trying to gather information, but I'm sensing somewhat of a logical inconsistency here, which is the discretion used to not enforce occupancy except for life safety. And I'm not understanding how that same logic doesn't apply to this situation, which is another law like occupancy with regards to camping, but yet we can't operate with that same clear discretion of non-enforcement because of health safety, i.e. non-enforcement of the camping ban because of the health and safety of there is nowhere other place for them to go, and they're in a critical life safety because of the weather that is currently in place. So I'm curious, and I appreciate Bob and Mark's position on not wanting to dive on that because it hasn't been discussed, but it wasn't also discussed with regards to occupancy. That was discretion, I believe, that Nuria took understanding the situation. And then created that discretionary enforcement provision with occupancy. So if I'm missing something, I'd love to know what I'm missing. Otherwise, I sense there's a disconnect between how we apply those two things logically together.
Nuria, do you want to address that?
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is that two different situations, right? I mean, when we were having a conversation about occupancy, part of that discretion is just staff constraints, right? I mean, we've got 2 people in our who enforce our zoning code enforcement. There's no way we can get around where we are with staffing constraints to everybody in the city. And we were already in the midst of continuing to apply COVID measures in terms of that discretion to enforce or not enforce. And again, in that particular situation, we limited that to areas that are we still would move in and talk to folks if there was a public safety component, right? And in here, I think the same, it's a little different because we're talking, and again, I know that we're going beyond what was talked about today. And I think we're gonna have to have a conversation about how do we move forward in this, but there are issues of access, and there are issues of public space usage, and there are issues of safety. And I know that staff is also looking on, if they're too close to a ravine, if they're too close to a place that is not safe for them. I think those are the instances that we actually want staff to intervene and say, how can we assist in enforcing the camping ban? And I think that the outreach team that PD has and that other staff members are doing, even in times of cold, or they're doing a lot of outreach right now, but we're not forcing people to come to a shelter or not come to a shelter, right? So I think it's a little bit of, it's a little different.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. I got Tara's hand and maybe we'll wrap up.
I just want somebody to explain this to me, and then I will leave everybody alone. I will. It's not warm outside. It's freezing out there, right? So how is the answer to all this? Let's have more tents. I mean, that can't be the answer, right? That's why I'm going to agree with Mark, who said, let's not take away the moratorium, because the purpose is to get people out of the cold, not to have people be in tents in the winter. Is that what we're shooting for? It can't be. So I think I'm going to agree with Mark that we should try to get more people to open up the severe shelter more, and not to say tents are the answer. If somebody could explain to me that logic, I know it's late. So, and also I didn't sleep a lot. You know, I didn't. Maybe 2 hours last night. So I'll just leave it at that and just say that I'm going to agree with Mark on this. And for those reasons, I don't think it's compassionate to have people be outside in the freezing cold. So I don't feel that that's personally the answer either.
Nicole's hand.
This was just a follow-up to that. I totally agree. It's not compassionate to leave people in tents when it's 8 degrees outside or 10 degrees or whatever it is, right, that it's going to be, especially the next couple of days. It's also feels much less compassionate to me to take away any blanket or any sort of covering that people may have, right? So like we're on kind of a continuum here, right? There's sleeping in a tent in 8-degree weather, not good, right? I think we can all agree with that. Sleeping in 8-degree weather with no blanket or anything, even worse, right? So that's sort of what I'm like, we don't have enough shelter, right? That's clear. We need to have a bigger shelter discussion. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge that there are people who, for whatever reason, the shelter is not available or accessible to them, who are sleeping outside, which is causing an issue for many, many people in our community, not just the people experiencing that. So we don't have enough room at the inn.
Yeah, and so I'm going to attempt to finish this out here, and because I think which is to Nicole's point that you just made, is the intention of putting together this RFI to find out how we can add more indoor warm places for folks to go when it's cold out, which I think is a compassionate approach. And to Junie's point, it's true, an RFI theoretically could sit on a shelf, but we're not taking formal action tonight, but I think the majority of council has a very strong interest in this. And so if we get good proposals back from nonprofits or community members, I think we'll very seriously consider those in a timely manner. But so I think that's our outcome from this discussion. Unless anybody else has some other final thoughts, I appreciate everyone bringing a great deal of care for our community and compassion for those in need to this very important discussion. All right, anything else? Alicia, I'm looking at you.
No, sir, that is the end of our agenda.
All right, well, one more congratulations to Tara on her new grandbaby, and I hope you can get some sleep and enjoy more time with the little one tomorrow. All right, good night, everybody. I'm going to gavel this meeting closed at 10:45.